Hey, what's up, Skyball? I'm here with Imagination Creation Films, and today it's Friday. It's our normal live stream day, and today we actually have some really cool guests, two of them to be exact, a dynamic duo out of New York, the Diamond Brothers, Jason and Josh. Before we start off, I want to remind everybody, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, and also all proceeds from today's live stream, whether you do Super Chat or use the GoFundMe link that's down below, or if just normal ad that may pop up. All of that is going to help Cameron Michael and his medical funds. So the best way to do that is actually to use the GoFundMe link, because 100% of those proceeds go there. Google doesn't take a cut. So without further ado, let me bring in the brothers here, Josh and Jason, and welcome.
What up?
Howdy.
Y'all want to say hello or introduce yourself just briefly? And then
I want to know what Super Chat is. That sounds awesome. I have regular chat. It's like better than chat.
Super Chat is when they give you money to appear.
Ooh, I love Super Chat.
It's kind of cool, except Google takes a lot of money out of it too. They take like 40%.
Well,
yeah, it's
welcome to
damn Google
capitalism. Yeah,
no kidding.
Well, I'm Jason.
I'm Josh.
We're the Diamond Brothers. Oh, thanks, Mark. Look at Mark Toya. These guys
Mark
are
Toya pumping everybody up. Simon.
Legends in our own minds, as it were.
Again.
We're a bunch of dorks who do way too much stuff, and I think our business model is throw the spaghetti at the wall and read the tea leaves.
Yeah, see what hits the bowl when it slides down the wall.
Yeah, honestly, I think that we have a lot of interests. We chase all those interests, and we try to be as competent at those interests instead of a, jack of all trades, master of none. We try to be jack of all trades, master of all. And that's difficult. And I'm not saying we've achieved it, but that's our goal, is to be as good as we can at everything we do, not just one thing and then sort of know some stuff about some other stuff.
Well, also, but we have been fortunately and unfortunately super ADD our entire life. So it's almost impossible to just go, I'm going to do this one thing really well forever.
Yeah.
Like, well, what about this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing?
There's a bit
cool. Oh, squirrel. So
yeah, there's a lot of shiny objects in this world, and we tend to chase them.
Normally on these interviews, it's just one person on the other end, and we kind of follow their life as to when they started being creative and that kind of stuff. In this case, we have two people, which would normally be slightly different. However, in this case, because you're brothers and you're twins, it might actually be a wild ride. So
yeah,
well, as our wives say, we share one brain, so it's sort of going to the conversation will just meander from window to window to window.
Yeah,
that's awesome. So when did you go? Oh, and if my tripod shifts, my dog is the size of a horse and he keeps laying up against the tripod. So I may have to jump up and move. He's just starting to shift around. Okay, so when did you guys, did one of you over the other, or did you both start being creative? When did a spark happen for you guys?
Star Wars.
Nice.
I think like you, Scott, we are not children. Currently, so we have been around to see movies in movie theaters since the 70s.
Right, Star Wars.
So I think much like people in our aged generation, we saw Star Wars in the movie theater and was like, "What is that? I want to do that, whatever that is." And for us, yes, Ivan is 100% correct.
Diamond.
Ivan's our pimp. He's out there breaking knees to collect our money.
Yeah, I like that. He seems like that quiet type.
He is. Yeah, Ivan's the guy that shows up and you think he's there to hang out, but he's really there to cut the tendon behind your knee.
Yeah, or kill you with his thumbs.
Yeah,
Ivan Knuckles Agriton.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you see Star Wars. What happened? What did you start doing at that point?
Well, not a lot. We were 6 or 7, but the first spark of I want to do something was creature features, special effects, model making. We used to make a lot of model kits when we were kids. You know, go down to the whatever the local toy store was and buy a Mustang or a aircraft carrier or whatever and paint it. And it was usually janky, but you know, sometimes maybe you'd put some other parts together and get, because inevitably, like IKEA, you end up with extra model parts that are supposed to be in the model, but you don't remember where they go.
Did you ever use toilet paper tubes and paper towel tubes to build spaceships?
Legos and model kits and huffing airplane glue, you know.
Well, that, and we used to do model rockets, you know, when you get those big.
Oh, yeah.
Except we grew up in a cul-de-sac, which if you don't know means a round street. And we used to light the model rocket
solenoids,
engines, and then spin them like top on the manhole cover and see which way they go instead of putting them in the rocket. It was a little more exciting.
Did you do the Estes model rockets? Is that the?
Yeah. I mean, we made the rockets, but over time we just got bored making the rockets and then just fired off the engines.
So they used to have a Model Rocketeer magazine, if you remember that.
Did not get that deep.
Never got the magazine.
I sent off a design to them one time and won $50 in credit.
Oh,
so
sweet.
I bought 50 of the little mosquitoes because they were 99 cents and broke every rule of the Rocket magazine.
No, I think I had a subscription to Edmund Scientific in like 7th grade because we were doing like a science project and my science teacher was like, you should make a hologram. And I was like, that's pretty cool. And then, I didn't obviously buy lasers and shit, but I was just like, going through and like, I think for that one, I like made what a hologram would be like using like colored yarn for where the lasers would bounce around and all that stuff. But for some reason, I kept getting the Edmund Scientific for years. So I would just read the catalog of all the weird stuff that they would sell. It would be super cool. Telescopes.
$1,500 laser that you had to have.
Yeah, different wavelength lasers and
So you're into rockets. You want to do creature. You've been building spacecrafts. What other kind of stuff? I keep interrupting.
You have to throw in the mix music. Music's been huge in our life for our mom is a jazz singer by trade and amongst other things, but also a pretty accomplished manager and record producer. So growing up, music was pretty important in our house. And when you are like 6 or 7 and you see Kiss for the first time, it's sort of like seeing Star Wars. Like it's that you might not understand the music or not necessarily, but the visualization of Gene Simmons as the demon spitting blood with a giant axe base, you're like, I'm a 6-year-old boy, and that is what I want.
God of Thunder,
Ace Frehley. I think I went as combination either Luke Skywalker or Ace Frehley for Halloween for like 5 years in a row, just to switch off.
So music was a huge thing. We didn't start playing, I don't think I tried to take piano lessons as a kid, but I did not have the focus. Neither of us had the focus to like practice piano. And also, I think later on found out our piano teacher was a cokehead, which sort of didn't go to those things. Two things don't go together,
Speed up.
The piano teacher on cocaine and an ADD kid just is not really a match made for learning. But
you're supposed to give the ADD kid cocaine, and then they play
exactly.
They
slow them down.
Right.
Yeah. But I think our sort of movie making thing started with audio because I know we used to have like the old push button audio recorder cassette tape, and we would go sit in front of the TV on Saturday mornings when we were like 9, 10 and record parts of the Godzilla or Mothra or Ultraman, all that stuff, and listen to it back and tape to tape stuff sometimes, and just sort of in retrospect it was just the early formations. Like we weren't the kids who were like, I have a Super 8 camera and I'm making a movie in the backyard. Like it was just more of like just having creative sort of things around us, but not like, again, wanting to be outside, later getting into skateboarding and we lived in
BMX,
Florida.
yeah.
BMX and skateboarding and
growing up in Fort Lauderdale, basically, there wasn't really like in the 70s, how would you even know to buy a suit? Like our dad wasn't, you know, some people have dads or moms that have Super 8 cameras laying around that make home movies. We have some of those from when we were like super young, but when we were, you know, 5 through 12 or so, there was no access to that for us. And who knows about that unless somebody has one for you. So yeah, it was mostly, you know, go to the beach, surf, skate, ride your bikes, play with your friends around the neighborhood, make up games, you know, build skateboard ramps, you know, pretty regular, typical.
Yeah. Listen to a ton of music, you know, like we're if anyone, I mean, I don't know what people think, but if anyone thinks that we're gear nerds and camera nerds, we're like quadruply gajillion music nerds. So like just, you know, obsessing about way back before the internet, reading liner notes on records and seeing, or, you know, what a band referenced as their favorite band and being like, well, I've never heard of that band. I'm going to go listen to that band now. And like, you know,
it's like the browse function on Spotify, but analog,
but like in a library. Yeah. The Dewey Decimal band system.
Don't go throwing those terms those kids don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. C001 is a Dewey Decimal number for a card stack, not a camera number. So yeah, I mean, it was just sort of your normal run of the mill kind of thing. I mean, we saw a lot of movies too. I mean, both of our parents loved movies, and when we were younger, you know, raised by pretty much a single mom, and we would go to the movies, you know, we'd open the newspaper and do the math and go, oh, we can buy a ticket to this theater, and then the three of us can skip, you know, around and see 2 or 3 movies,
bag of sandwiches, and picnic through the theater.
Yeah, mom would
never been done.
So and you know, luckily, I guess we didn't end up getting too scarred, but our mom was not that she didn't put a clamp down on the level of the ratings of stuff that we could see. So like I remember, I can't remember the date. It's probably, what's up, Ryan? It's probably 80 or 81, maybe Mad Max, the first Mad Max.
Right.
We opened the news, like, okay, it's Saturday, we're going to the movies. What do you want to see? Open the newspaper, black and white ad, big quarter page. What is that? I don't know what that
man in front of truck.
I don't know what is that? What does that say? Mad Max?
Yes.
We're going to see that. I don't know what it is. We're going to go see it.
Sounds great.
Yeah. And so we went and saw
10
it.
years old.
Yeah. You know, like 9, 10 years old, like what? You know, toe cutter. And
explains a lot about our mindset.
Yeah. And you know, so seeing movies like that, American Werewolf in London in the theater when it came out when we were 9, you know, a lot of those kind of movies, we're always into horror movies to the point where we would get like super freaked out. And our mom said, like, no more horror movies. And we were like, no, you know, I want to see them. Yeah.
Creep Show just came out. I have to see it.
Yeah. So her rule was, you know, if you have a nightmare and like come into my room in the middle of the night, you can't watch them anymore. So we still watched them, but just laid in our bed, wrapped with fear, you know, just sucking it up. Like I'm gonna have a heart attack, but I gotta watch another movie. So movies, you know, movies and music have always been our thing, but it wasn't until Nate, you're always seeing double, except in the stock market.
Oh,
damn! Shots fired. Shots fired.
I like your pink lemonade there.
This is good. This is my new thing. It used to be strawberry pineapple. Now it's pink lemonade. That's all I can get.
I just have water.
Yeah, I have water and it's almost empty.
I'm so tasteless. Anytime you need to go get more water or take a break, just let me know.
Well, you'll see me because I'm literally going to walk right behind me to either go to the bathroom or get water. So, I mean, you know, I'll just mute myself so you don't have to hear it.
Right.
But
that'll just give me,
you know, to skip forward, you know, you know, it wasn't until, you know, much later, like college era, where we, you know, like freshmen in college took a intro to film class and got the actual like, oh, the movies that I didn't want to watch as a kid.
Oh, Eisenstein. Oh, Citizen Kane. Oh, you know, all the movies that everyone said you're
you
supposed
must
to watch.
come to respect them.
Yeah. You see those movies and you're like,
oh, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, I get
also,
it. Yeah.
The baller thing was our film teacher, our intro to film teacher, who we also took a second course with, wrote a biography of Orson Welles. Barbara Leeming. She has it's called like about Orson or something. It's like a big fat book. And so she would regale us with all these tales of Orson Welles, who's a hero of ours, as a lot of people. And to the point where this is way before the in the second class we took with her, she had his original script notes for Touch of Evil before the studio did the whole Bogdanovich or whoever did the re-release where it was like the director's cut because they had taken
that
it
was way later. Yeah,
yeah,
they had already hacked it up.
Way, you know,
the studio had hacked it up on
the
original release.
Yeah, so she had his original script notes. So we were broken up into groups and we did like 3/4 deck to 3/4 deck, you know, re-edits of the scenes with his notes, which was super. Like at the time, you're like, A, I don't know what I'm doing because I'm just learning, but B, holy crap, we're using, you know, Orson Welles' actual notes. And she would just tell us all these stories of him when he was alive, would just show up in class randomly and give lectures to the kids. You know, that's the kind of stuff you.
Unfortunately, he was dead by the time we got to.
They dead by the time we were there.
College, but you know, but in college, we took those 2 film classes, and then we're like, nah, because like. I think that the technology, you know, like the computers at the time, we had a Centra 660 AV Mac with like a jazz drive or something, you know,
gig jazz.
In the early 90s.
Mostly just to run AOL chat rooms so we could pretend to be stewardesses, but you know.
Yeah, you know, gotta have fun. Do the old credit card shuffle on different emails to get those free 25 hours a month on the floppies.
Yeah.
You know, kids don't. 2001, A Spaceballs Odyssey, Vince.
You know, it's got to happen now.
Well, if you've never gone ludicrous speed, then you really can't answer that question.
Yeah, it's true. Hey,
Andy Vogley.
So yeah, we sort of skipped out on. It was like the computer. We went to Hunter College in New York City, and they had a great film program, but just like we hadn't connected with the industry methodology. Yeah. Well, even just the methodology, like we were still starting. We tend not to start at the 101 with things, you know, like, which is often dumb, but you know, you just sort of go in the middle and you're like, I don't understand this. And then you sort of learn a bunch of stuff and then you work in both directions. So like, the film thing, I think coming in like right at the bottom of like intro to film and not like, it wasn't as tactile of a thing, you know, we're not cutting film, we're not shooting film, you know, so we ended up taking like computer animation classes, which was like on an Amiga, you know, toaster or whatever, and video toaster, and then becoming like music theory and studio art majors and like paintings, you know, arc welding, sculpture, piano classes, like with people who weren't cocaine. And
you both have the same like aspirations at this point. I mean,
I mean, college was. I mean, I think Joshkin. What's up, Bob? Wait, I know Vince likes my yin and yang beard, but it's natural. It's
I'm sorry, Vince, I can't hire you though because
it changes fast.
Too much nepotism. Yeah. You're out.
Yeah. But we ended up, our college career was really like, how many electives can we take before we like don't graduate? You know what I mean? So we basically took electives for like 4 or 5 years. And just learned a whole bunch of stuff, which included like history of religion or, you know, or what was the other one? I think I took an economics class just for fun, because okay, let's try it. But like not having a focus, which is pretty much our motto, is it allowed us to just absorb a whole bunch of stuff.
And as I think a lot of people will attest, college, while you're supposed to learn things there, is also for networking. It's all the people that you meet, your peers at the time, who hopefully go on to places along the way that maybe help you out. Not that you're using people, but your friends go out like this. And sort of around the time we left college, we got into editorial. Don't worry, Keegan, we're going to get into religion later.
What did he say?
From my time in seminary. We got out of college and we had some friends that were working on a movie, and we're like, hey, we need jobs. So you're making a movie, we'll do whatever. PA, you just find jobs. And they said, well, we're actually done with the movie, but we're just starting post. Huh?
It was shot on film.
Yeah. But they were just starting post, and they said, well, we're just starting post and we have this new thing called an Avid. So if you guys want to, intern, we can start that process. So we're like, sure. Called some friends of ours who, again, through networking, we knew we're in post-production, who said, if you can learn that, if you have opportunity to get hands-on with an Avid, you should take it.
And that was mid-90s.
Yeah, it was like 95-ish, 6, like Media Composer version 1, or Film Composer, rather, version 1. Right. And again, as Jason said, sort of starting in the middle and working both ways, that was the sort of tipping point for us of tactile filmmaking. Hey, Ben Adams.
What's up, Ben Adams?
Of being able to sit down and have all your footage and be like, oh, I can make something with this, right? And so the editor they had hired ended up getting fired, and my brother and myself and 2 other friends of ours who became friends as we started the project ended up cutting the movie. We all sort of took turns sleeping there and just working. We learned the machine enough, and we were all film people enough that we got a rhythm, and we ended up making a cut of the movie that they liked. Didn't end up being the cut that went, the final, but.
So at this point, you're editing only, but you've not shot anything ever, or is that
not really? No,
it was just.
So you're crafting a story that's already been told.
Yes,
That's
right. So I mean, again, as Jason said, we are as deep in movie culture as we are in music culture, as we are in tech culture. So understanding the references of movies you have seen, or scenes that you like, and pacing that you like, and everybody has a vibe that they like. If you're presented with a script and a whole bunch of material, in theory, you should be able to make something reasonable out of that.
But also, we had never thought about editing as a job. I'd never thought about any filmmaking as a job per se at the time. It wasn't like, I know what a DP is. I know what, I mean, you understand what, director, you see the credits, but understanding the actual functions of those people, even in the mid-90s, was not like a high sort of knowledge base for us. We were here. If you go to my second screen real quick,
Absolutely.
This is not from that time. This is from much later, but this is us in our band, Puny Human, and maybe from 2010 or something. But you can jump off that if you want. Okay. But our focus was, going to see New York hardcore shows on the Lower East Side from, at CBGB's from the mid 80s on, and getting our own bands together and going out and playing shows. Like, that was our life.
Yeah. I mean,
everything else was making money to feed that.
From 89 to 96, the whole goal was to play music, be in a band, rock star, go on tour. Everything else was like working in pizza shops, doing whatever jobs you could get just to be able to buy gear, go on the road, make records.
Yeah. We lucked into like a secret job in New York that not a lot of people know about, which is being a lifeguard on the roof of expensive buildings that have pools
Huh.
and they're all in Manhattan. So like, you don't have to go to Long Island or whatever to be a lifeguard at a community pool. You can literally sit on the roof of a building on 66th and 3rd for 8 hours and get paid. And no one ever swims in it because they're rich assholes and they don't care to swim. It's just part of the building. And the pool's only 4.5 feet deep anyway. So no one's really drowning. So like, you know,
Do that for a bunch of years.
You know,
on the nights and weekends and go to rehearsal and
yeah.
So before we leave college, I mean, too far in the past, how did you get from Florida to New York? What happened there?
Well, when we were younger, our parents got divorced.
Okay, so
you were born in New Jersey, by the way.
Born in New Jersey, raised in Fort Lauderdale. Parents get divorced. We moved to Pensacola, Florida, which is like basically the South. And then when we were around 13, we went back to Fort Lauderdale to live with our dad for a little bit of time. And our mom came back up here. I'm in New York. I'm in Brooklyn. He's in Queens right now. So up here, New York, because this is where our family's from, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area. Okay. So she came back to the city to start, you know, we were about to technically go into high school, college, whatever. So, you know, she was young at that point. She was probably 35, you know, because I think she was like 22, 23 when we were born. So she's like, okay, I got kids who are in their like, you know, teens getting ready to go do other things. I'm going to now start my life, you know, and do my thing. Didn't quite work out living down in Florida with our dad. So we moved back up here to New York when we were about 14 to live with her.
And have been here since.
Here ever since. So, you know.
It makes more sense that, you know, I was like, how do you go from wanting to be in Florida to wanting to be in
right.
but you were from there. So it makes more sense. Yeah. And then Vince is probably stirring the pot a little bit here, but did you ever date the same girl or switch without telling them in college?
Vince, wait, I'll answer that. Vince, that can only work if girls want to date you.
Ooh, gosh.
Also,
and in our case was not a high probability.
Also, other than in 80s rom-coms, that's not a real thing.
Yes.
Ask your wife, Vince, if she was so interested in somebody, she wouldn't know the difference if it was a different person.
Even if they look slightly.
Something tells me Alana knows the difference.
Watch 3 Perfect Strangers or 3 Identical Strangers.
Oh, yeah.
The other one was a TV show. 3 Identical Strangers. All their wives knew the difference between them, and they looked a lot alike.
Yeah, more than we did.
And then this one sort of maybe leapfrogs us here a little bit. We'll have to see. But have you always known that you would work well together?
Well, Andy Vogley should know because we've worked a lot with Andy. He's a great
he's
DP.
Cheating the questions. Then
he's a great DP of Breaking. He was a camera op on Breaking Bad and DP on
Preacher and many other things. He's a beast.
He's
way cooler than us.
But we it sort of never crossed our minds to not work together, I guess is the only way to answer that question.
Yeah, it wasn't a conscious choice.
Because we moved around a lot as kids to different schools and, you know, from New Jersey to Florida to other parts of Florida to back here, when you're a twin, you sort of already have that built-in trust and friendship. So unless you hate each other, it's sort of the tendency is to just go towards each other because you don't have anybody else to rely on. So over time, it's just sort of is the thing. Like, who else am I going to rely on?
Yeah, I would agree. Like we never discussed it. It was just sort of understood that's what we were doing.
Right.
I mean,
I know it's always a conversation that everybody always asks about twins, and I'm sure you guys get really tired of it. It's clearly obvious you work together. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously there's some synergy going on there, but
I mean, look, we butt heads, you know, talk to anybody who works with us, you know, but we do split. I mean, you know, to Andy's question, Josh tends to skew, you know, we both have a directorial and editorial mind, but Josh tends to skew more structural and producer kind of that stuff. And I tend to skew more technical and
visual effects.
Visual effects, pie in the sky shit. I'm the one who comes to
You're You're always welcome,
Yeah,
Andy.
you're always welcome. Although I don't drink coffee, Andy, so you'll have to get donuts or like frozen peanut M&Ms or something. I'm always the one that comes back to my brother, to Josh, and says, "Hey, we should buy this thing," and he's always like, "Hell no."
Yeah.
And then I convince him why, and then
Sometimes it works out.
agree,
Sometimes it does.
sometimes we don't agree. Sometimes we spend money and don't make it back, and sometimes we do.
Jason's the one who says, "Hey, we should do this on this commercial," and I'm like, "Yeah, this commercial's $200,000, not $2 million." Yeah, but this is the right way to do it. And you're like, "That's a correct statement, but not at the budget we're working."
So that's what makes a good partnership in any way with marriage or with friends and all of that is you can't be the same because you become redundant and you fight and you butt heads too often. That's cool to hear the dynamic. Are you, Vince, are you aligned creatively? Do you see the same way or do you clash at times on anything specific?
We clash.
Interestingly, like let's say we're doing a multi-scene commercial or something. Sometimes I just don't see it creatively, and Jason will say, "Oh, wait, I have a great idea. I got this. I see it," and then I'm just going to step back. I'll give him my 2 cents, and I just let him run the show. Oh, he's got it right. He sees it. I don't see it for this. It's not like evident to me, so he'll run with that, and vice versa. But usually it's like, again, like with any good creative partnership, nothing great happens in a vacuum, right? So if I have an amazing idea, it's going to be great until I talk about it with Jason and he goes, "Yeah, but what about this?" Because I didn't think of it because I'm sort of just siloed into my idea.
In his idea.
Yeah. And then he goes, "What about this?" And I go, "Oh, I didn't think about that. Actually, that makes it better or that makes it worse, in my opinion." And then you discuss and you revise and you discuss and revise and discuss and revise.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it's necessarily agreeing or disagreeing as much as it's collaborating.
That's. I have no idea, but I can kind of see where that kind of thing might work well. You're tied with family. You have creativity backgrounds. You have a synergy and not necessarily a conflict. You kind of share things, so you can work well together like you've always done your life. That's
right.
Cool. Okay, so you're editing. I don't want this to be about how do twins operate. No,
that's fine. So editing, I think for us was like, oh, okay, I get it. This is what an editor does. Like we learned what an editor does, learning how to edit, right? And we tend to say yes to things we don't know how to do.
That's good though. I like that.
So our friend, luckily the entree into that initial editing job was not as an editor. Like we didn't say, "Oh, I know how to edit." I mean, that's ridiculous. But they're like, "We need people to log the footage." Well, what does that mean? I don't know. Sure, yeah, we could do that. And they're like, "Well, the editor will show you." And luckily, the machine was early enough and wasn't like a ubiquitous thing that no one expected you to come in and know how to use Final Cut on your laptop, because laptops weren't even really like a thing at that point. There's like the big clunky Mac, things that like they didn't do anything, right? Like that wasn't so it was a pretty siloed thing, right? So it's a good way to get into something like that because the expectations are low. As long as you're open and willing to learn, great. It also happened to be that they didn't pay us. We were we got lucky that it was in a confluence of events where we were in a rent dispute with our landlord, because we've been had our own apartment since we were about 18, just hustling to pay rent and do all that stuff in Manhattan. And we got into an argument with our landlord and we didn't pay rent for a year, which ended up in a lawsuit, a whole other thing.
To be clear, our landlord sold the building to a management company, and the management company showed up and said, "Hey, nice to meet you. Here's your new rent bill." And it's double what your current rent is because we were in a rent controlled building, and we were like, that doesn't seem right. And so we stopped paying rent until we got a lawyer to look into it, and we realized that we had been overcharged by our previous landlord for so long that we countersued
for compound overpayment of rent
Overpayment
for like 5 years.
for 5 years or whatever. And this whole thing dragged out for about a year, which was about the amount of time we worked on this movie. And
we were able to work for free without like really getting underwater.
Yeah, doing some other side jobs to, this is the 90s. Things were a lot cheaper. And we ended up moving because they just wanted to get us out. So they forgave the whole year of rent and paid us $15,000 to leave. So made out on that one.
Yeah, that was a winner. But anyway, the ability to sort of merge those two events of overhead being low, personal overhead being low by happenstance, and having the opportunity to do something that wouldn't have paid you. I mean, there's a luck factor there, obviously, right? So we could take that job and like give 100% to it, and sit there. What's up, Nar?
Beard trim.
Sit there and say, when the guy's there installing the Avid, like, hey, how does that work? Then tech side kicks in before we even learn the app. What are you doing? What do those cards do? What are those hard drives? How do you hook them up? Whatever. And then learning about the system from a hardware perspective, which helped us later in our career as editors. So we learned the concepts of editing at the same time we learned the function of the software.
Yeah.
The manual, the actual physical function of editing, as well as the conceptual function of editing to tell the story.
And then we both ended up making a fairly good living for the next 10 years or longer as freelance Avid editors. Sort of deciding it's an okay career for now. And, and on the side, then we started making because we were
I got a job after that at a small ad agency music company on 36th Street that the claim to fame by the owner was he wrote the theme song to Regis and Kathy Lee.
Yeah.
So he was like raking in checks from Mumbai and Thailand from all the reruns. They had Avids, they had After Effects version 2 or 1 or whatever, and it allowed us. And the owner was, he was a total douchebag, but he was, in his own way, was very supportive of all the people who worked there and said, gave us a lot of opportunities, and said, hey, I can pay you what I can pay you, but all the equipment here is at your disposal.
Nights and weekends, do your thing.
Nights and weekends, do whatever you want. So we built a business out of there, basically, over time, over a couple of years. And that's when we started a cable access show with a former friend in the mid 90s, talking about bands and movies and opinion television before it was a thing.
Yeah.
We showed the South Park
original Christmas.
Spirit of Christmas.
Original Christmas one. Someone sent it to us on VHS when it was like, what is this?
When it was 96.
Yeah, when it was still underground, like floating around.
Construction paper.
But based on that, and then we would start interviewing bands. And so that was the first thing we ever shot was like, I borrowed a XL1 from that company, and we would go interview bands, and
put them on,
and then we go shoot them live, at CB's or someplace, and then we knew how to edit, so we could chop something up and whatever. And then eventually bands were coming to us and saying, hey, could you make a music video for us? And we were like, oh, sure. And we had a friend who owned an Eclair 16 mil camera. And so we shot everything on film, but had no idea what that process was or what, we're like, well, do you know how to
the Avid? Yeah.
Yeah. We just say to our friend, like, well, it's your camera, you know how to run it. Right. And he's like, yeah.
What's a film transfer?
Yeah. So it's like, so he's like, okay. So he's the DP. We learned how to quote direct by never seeing an image. Like there was no video tap on his camera.
Yeah.
So,
it's like
end of the shot, does it look good? And he'd be like, yeah, look great. Okay, cool.
Sidney Lumet style.
Yeah.
Well, I
Let's
mean, how did you frame? Did you literally do that to try to figure out?
I mean, it was a loose thing. Because,
yeah, it's a lot of performance videos. So you're just like, okay, we're gonna get the band at sound check, do the tights, and we're gonna do wides during the show when all the kids are going bananas.
Yeah, and I had another friend who had an Aton that we brought in.
Two cameras if it was like,
2 cameras.
Yeah.
And I was working. The company I was working on had the contract to do all the music for Spin City, the Michael J. Fox show.
Yeah.
So for 3 seasons, I played all the percussion on that show and the music cues. And then second and third season, I actually co-wrote and recorded, was a recording engineer for those cues, and then would go to the spotting sessions to get them mixed into the show. So learning, how a large production works in that way was really interesting. We also did, that company also did my boss wrote the launch theme music for MSNBC. And so we did like a 500 cue music package for them, which took, like months. And we would just sit in the recording studio all day and, record a 2-minute version, a 60-second version, a 30, a 20, a 10, a 5, stings, all that stuff, organize it, do all that stuff. That was like my dream, right? Like sit in a recording studio and work all day is, I would do that now. They don't exist really, but not on that scale. Yeah. Yeah. And then we did the same thing for Madison Square Garden. We did a rebranding of their stuff as well, or my boss did. I worked on it, but seeing the business work from that side was really interesting. Yeah. And my brother he wasn't working there, but
I started doing more freelance editing, than Jason did because he had an actual job. So I was working on whatever side jobs we got, plus I was freelance editing. I worked at New York Magazine for a while as I would scan in all the slides and pictures that would come in and get it and touch them up and put them, organize them and get them where they went for placement in the magazine. Back when people still made actual magazines.
You were Walter Mitty.
Yeah, exactly.
But minus the anamorphic lens flares.
Yeah, well,
But so at the same time as Jason was doing all the music stuff, and this is what my comment from before about college comes around, a bunch of people that we had gone to college with moved into art direction and graphic on-air graphics for Viacom, which is like MTV and VH1 and BET and Nickelodeon and all these channels. And we got they were looking for a new company to do these nightly menus that they used to have. I don't know if you remember watching MTV back in the day. They would be like at 8:00, they'd be like coming up, and it would show you all the, and then you'd have all these little promos for all the shows. So they were looking for somebody to do that. We had never done that before. And we were like, yeah, we could do that. Totally. And so they were like, okay. So we got this crazy expensive contract to do in
this overflow work because we had
it's daily. It was daily. So every day in the morning we would get the information. We'd have to get the VO talent in, record the VOs, cut the promos if they hadn't sent them to us, build the menus with the graphics. Every iteration there was like 40 different versions because it was like before the show, during the show, after the show, for the next show, tomorrow, tonight,
coming up next
on Monday, teasing all the shows on Tuesday, and we were doing that all day, every day for like a year and just banking money because
before that,
right. It was because the guy that Jason worked for was like, do whatever you want. So we started doing it. Some work before that got us to there at nights and weekends. And then finally we said, hey, we got this thing. Can we rent one of your rooms? Because he wasn't doing a ton of editorial at the time.
He fired me. He brought me in and basically fired me. Yeah. He fired me and said that I know that you're building a business out of my business.
And it's like, well, you kind of told me I could.
And I said, well, you sort of, what my brother just said. And he goes, agreed. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying, and this was probably the nicest thing he ever did for me was I'm not firing you because I don't want you here. I'm firing you because if I don't, you'll never go do this full time. And I was like, I appreciate that. So he gave us, we paid him, but he gave us one of his edit rooms to edit out of for like 8 months, 9 months while we
crazy
banked money, ended up buying our own Avid, getting our own office space. That Avid, that whole Avid system was 120 grand.
Yeah, Avids were not cheap.
1998, and you do the old, every year you just refinance like a house, you refinance your lease, do the upgrade, extend it another year, or
buy some more hard drives.
Yeah. So we learned how to run a business, starting a business, as much like learning how to edit by editing. We sort of learn how to do things just like by needing to do it, I guess, which is not, I wouldn't recommend it, but it works for us in some capacity. We sort of stumble our way through a lot of stuff and then, clean up the mess and try and be better at it moving forward. To be totally,
there you go, Phil. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Progress inspiring firing.
Yes.
Like that.
So who's Emery? Who? Vincent wants to know how did you meet Emery?
Emery Wells, co-founder of Frame.io. So we had been.
We can jump to that one later.
Yeah. Well, we took our business that we built out of Jason's job, got our own office, moved into yet another office, where we expanded to 3 Avids, and again, staying sort of in that Viacom. Once you get into a big company like that, and you start to make your contacts and you do good work, word spreads, and somebody goes, "Oh, hey, so and so from this show told me that you guys would be good to do this," and so you get like sort of specials and 2-month contracts and summer specials and whatever.
And we were still freelance editing.
Yeah, but it was for our own company. We weren't really going out to work for other people because we had our own shop.
Yeah.
So we built a facility with 3 Avids inside of another production company. Their office that they were renting, that we were inside of, the building got sold for residential. So we, at the same time, got an offer from Viacom to have 6 edit suites, multi-year contract
for 6.
Like, hey, we love working with you guys. If we gave you daily, weekly shows, whatever, can you commit to giving us 6 rooms, teched, and with everything we need, X dollars, whatever? Like, you're not hustling. You're making boom, 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 boom money. So we said, again, without having the space or the money or the whatever, we were like, yes.
And they needed it in like a month and a half.
Yeah, we went out, we found the space, we got a loan, we ordered all the things, we found a space, we built it out, and we spent, I don't remember what year that was. It was like 2003, maybe. We spent Christmas break building 6 Avid suites. Cabling them yourself, everything in yourself, installing all the software yourself, testing everything yourself. That's what we did for like 2 weeks, so that January whatever,
walls,
January whatever, guys came in and we were like, hey, look, everything's done, And then we did that for like 5 years. And around 2008, Joe Simon just made a really awesome short film.
It's really cool.
Yeah, everybody should go watch that.
Boredom does a lot for people.
Volunteer, yeah. So around 2008, right around the bubble burst, we kind of saw the writing on the wall, and at that point, Viacom and CBS had kind of merged. Mm-hmm. And CBS smartly was like, why are you sending all this work out of house? We have all this facility here in our building. you don't have to edit here, but why would you want to go somewhere else? So the work started to go like this.
Right.
In one of Jason's crazy schemes, he was like, "Hey, we should buy this new thing called a red camera." And
that was in 2006, and then we dragged our feet.
Yeah.
We dragged our feet through NAB and was like, shit, you know.
Yeah.
So
around that time, we decided to just get out of post. Like, let's just get back into production. We love production. We tried to flip a bunch of our post clients into production clients, which worked. We sold all of our stuff and broke even, which was a godsend. And we bought a red one. And at the same time, moved out of our office space. And Emery, who at the time was a DIT, who also had a red one.
Well, hold on. We'll back up a little bit.
Well, I don't want to get it doesn't have to get.
No, I don't think it's super granular. I'm just saying, I knew Emery from I joined this crazy thing called the Pixel Core that Alex Lindsay started years and years ago, and he worked at ILM with Matt Wallen and Stu Maschwitz and like a bunch of dudes who've gone on to do great things, and so I knew Emery because he did a like a series or something with Alex,
wasn't it?
A Mac Break or one of those things. Yeah. So I knew who he was, just not as like a celebrity, but I just knew he lived in New York and he was like a person. And we were doing a bunch of, so we were at that point, we were already like pretty deep in alpha and beta stuff with companies like Avid. And, you know, we had been using Avid since the mid 90s. So it only made sense that we would be giving them feedback and
you were their core
like
business.
That stuff. Yeah, we actively seek those opportunities out, you know, when reasonable to through relationships or whatever. So our good friend Michael Phillips, who is a super genius,
was Avid employee number
12, I think.
2 or 3 or 4.
I think 12. I don't know. So anyway, what up, Andrew Walker? We'll get to Denko. They had asked us, hey, we need to like figure out what's up with this red camera. Do you have like files? Can you get, you know, like what can you do? And what's up, Lori? It's our cousin Lori. Can you guys help us get a bunch of reds together in New York to do some tests? So there's a guy we still know, Ian Bloom, who's a badass dude, super genius, who actually taught us a lot about sensor technology and all that kind of stuff. Like, so when we bought the red one, we didn't know shit about digital cameras, digital anything. It read magazines and like, you know, oh, this camera, that camera, but like it wasn't a thing that we really focused on. And then we bought the red one for that year while we waited to get it. You know, we got it in 2008, but we ordered it at Sundance 2007 when they reopened it, the ordering. We just went deep on understanding and how the camera works and what the concepts are. And Ian was a big part of transfer of knowledge, which we appreciate. And then so Ian had a camera, we had a camera, and Emery had a camera. And actually, I think ours hadn't come in yet. Even I think it was February or January, February.
Mark Peterson, of course, had cameras in New York.
Yeah, Mark Peterson, but we weren't really, we didn't know him very well at the time, so I didn't call him because I didn't know him. And so we got those people together, and that's when we actually met Emery like face to face and hung out for a few days while we were doing these tests. And that sort of meeting blossomed into where Josh was saying when we left our office, I called up Emery and was like, yo, can we squat in your office for like, we put all our stuff in storage. Can we squat in your office for, I don't know, a few months while we figure it out? He's like, yeah, totally.
Well, because Emery and his company Catabatic did the color on a feature that we executive produced called Exploding Girl with Zoe Kazan, that went to Berlin and Tribeca in 2008.
2009. We shot in August 2008.
Yeah. So we had, it was that as well. We had worked with him and his colorist Johanse at the time.
No, Josh, what's his name? Did it?
That was Johanse.
Johanse didn't color
it. Anyway, we wanted to go the opposite way of him. So Emery was like, "Oh, I want to build my color business and my VFX post business, and I want to get an office." And we were like, "Actually, we just had offices for like 10 years. We want to have a single room where we can just come and do our thing. It's not client based. It's just get it like a skunkworks factory, do our thing, get some projects, and just sort of do this." And so, along with a third friend of ours, HM, who we've known for 20 plus years now, who's a music guy, we found this office and we all moved in together in sort of like a collective because we didn't overlap, right? It's like HM was like web design and music management. We were production primarily at that time.
And post, but not color.
Right, but he was an editorial. He was color and VFX. And so for like 8 years, we shared this office. Emery went on to do all the SNL digital shorts. We would support some of them with rentals. And so we had a nice thing going until one day. Until one day he walked into our office and was like, "Hey, I have this idea for this thing," which was Frame.io, not called that at the time, but a review and approval collaboration platform that there were like kind of things like that. Wiredrive and Frankie and all these sort of A-Frame and all these other companies that were
fully around then.
They were all enterprise focused. There was nothing for like the mid to
regular people,
single person shop that just needs stuff. So he had this idea to come up with this thing, which clearly worked.
Very well.
So right place, right time for Emery, and right place, right time for us being with them.
That was like 7 years ago. 2012, 13, something like that.
Okay, so between 2008 and 2013, you're just hustling. We're just
making commercials. So that's when we really started getting into, understanding, working on a set, how to direct something like a commercial, make short films, a lot of music videos. So this is where Andrew Walker's question about Danko Jones. So we have a good friend of ours band up in Canada. They're one of these bands that they're amazing rock band, but in their hometown, they're big. And in Europe, they are amazingly huge. Like they play stadiums. They opened for Guns N' Roses in their European tour. But when they come to New York, they play to like 50 people. It's just one of those weird things where for some reason they just didn't catch on here. Anyway, we had been fans of theirs for a long time and eventually became friends and had wanted to work with them. And they said, "Hey, we have this new record coming out. Here's the single. We want to make a music video in LA. We have this much money.
And you got to be here next week."
We had a concept and a director, but we kind of
director. Oh, they said
they had a concept and a director, like they were ready to do it, and then they were like, "Actually, we're not really into his idea, and I know we've wanted to work together. So what's your idea? We'd love to do it." And basically, you have to be in LA. Like it was like a Tuesday. It was like the following Friday we're shooting. What's your idea? Here's some money, and we're like, "We don't have an idea, but if you'll just trust us, send us all the money, we'll make it happen."
So wait, that works?
It works when they're your friends and they trust you. So we grabbed a friend of ours who was a producer who had done bigger things. We hadn't shot in LA a lot at that point. We had a good friend who was sort of just starting to move up himself, Brandon Trost, who's a DP. He's now blown up and he shoots all of Seth Rogen's movies. He directed
Mari Heller's first two movies.
Mari Heller's first two movies.
He shot MacGruber.
Forgive me. Yeah, MacGruber. Anyway, he's a fancy big deal DP who's down to earth and amazing to work with. Anyway, director.
He had done a lot.
He had done
2 movies, I think.
2 movies, I think, at that point. Anyway, we were all friends. He was fans of our band. He was also fans of Danko Jones. He's like, I'm in, whatever you want. The only 2 things we got from the band were we can get Lemmy Kilmister from Motorhead, and we can get Mike Watt from the Minutemen. We can get them to be in the video. So however you can use them, go for it. And so
Do you have any behind the scenes or photos of any of this stuff?
I didn't go back that far in my digging.
So,
but we were friends with Andrew Walker through the
Red
community, and we were like,
yo, we brought our Red One to LA, but again, not having shot in LA a lot, and we didn't have friendly rental houses, and so everything was so last minute. We showed up and we couldn't get really any good. All the gear we had on hold. We didn't have the right insurance, because again, you're just sort of putting all this stuff together. And Andrew Walker was going to be our DIT. Yeah. Red One MX.
And his Red One had just been upgraded to MX. We're like, yo, gotta do MX, bro.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, and I have these Nikons that I had cinevised. So you guys can use those. And we were like, sweet, okay, we got glass, we got whatever, we just sort of like throw everything together. But the idea was, let's make a trailer for a movie that's never going to exist, because that gives you ultimate freedom, because nothing has to make sense. It's like scene, action. So we, not to be name dropper, we've been friends with Elijah Wood for, I don't know, 20 some odd years now, and had never really worked on anything. And again, he's also a fan of the band. So we were like, hey, come down. Let's party on this thing. We can hang out with Lemmy and Mike Watt. And he was like, I'm in. So we wrote this. Oh, hey, Michael. So we found this warehouse down on Willow Street, which I don't think even exists anymore, down on by the 6th Street Bridge in LA. Later, we realized that it was like a softcore porn set, because it was like a big warehouse, and there was a doctor's office room, there was a bar room. It was like they segmented.
They were all like just sets enough.
Yeah, it was just enough to be able to shoot. It was like a law office, and then there was like a police interrogation room, and we were like, oh well, so let's
Hayes.
So we wrote, oh hey Hayes. Hayes is the big cheese over at Hasbro. We did a lot of commercials with Hayes.
Yeah, I'm going to show some.
Cool. Anyway, so we walked around the day before the shoot, and we were like, oh, police interrogation room? Great. Interrogation scene. You and you. Great. That's the scene. Oh, law office?
Did you wipe that down before you?
Yeah. Lemmy's going to be the heavy, and this guy, you're going to be working for the other side, and we're going to have
pre-corona. It was pre-corona. It's when you had to wipe stuff down because of porn. Yeah.
Old habits, they
other viruses.
Yeah, it was porn Rona.
Yeah. But again, that idea of, I'm just going to go and figure it out, right? I didn't spend 2 months on it. We didn't spend 2 months on a treatment and storyboard it. We were like, this is going to happen in this room. This is going to happen in this room. This is going to happen in this room. And when we get there,
it comes back to our like movie nerdness.
Yes.
Which was like using movie references. So it was like walking into this room of that had a weird kind of like medical dental thing. Hey, what's up, Magnus? Walking into a weird like dentist office thing and go, obviously Marathon Man. So
we put the bass player in the chair, and we had Elijah with pliers, like trying to pull his teeth out. And you're like, tell me where is it safe? You just got to go with what you know.
Go for it.
Yeah.
So is this your first time with like very little plan? Is it
our whole life is pretty much very little plan, but sometimes
it's like a French movie, Steve.
Yeah. We did another Danko Jones video with Andy and our good friend Greg Domenico. Yeah.
That was our ode to Wayne Isham, which involved Roger Deakins in a haphazard way.
Yeah,
which we'll get to later. But yeah, it was not advocating per se for that workflow, but that's how that job happened to go. And because of the way that went, and we had so much fun doing it, we ended up making a trilogy out of it. And then, we got Ralph Macchio for the second one, and we got Jenna Malone in the third one. Selma Blair was also in the first one. We just kind of had fun with it. And to Josh's point about Kiss, like one of our references in our heads was Kiss meets Phantom of the Park, which was just like, this kind of campy, fun rock band. I'm sure you do, Andrew. A fun, campy rock band. The singer of the band already sort of made a persona about himself in his lyrics and stuff. So like we just went with it and went with this larger than life kind of comic book action thing with what resources we had. So, and things and technology we knew at the time, like I knew After Effects from learning at that company in the 90s. We had a Red One. As soon as we got a Red One, we only shot 4K since 2008, like 4K only, no matter what the delivery was. And so it allowed us to do things like in the second music video, we had a scene with Ralph Macchio where he had a bunch of henchmen with him, but they were all him. So we were around this pool set and interior pool set in this weird mansion in Yonkers. And we locked off the camera, put him in like this, the henchman outfit, and had him stand in like 20 places around the room. And then had, Macchio as the main guy come in and do his thing and walk out. And then we just stacked them all up in After Effects. I rotoed everybody and made sure they were all, shadows were clean and whatever. And then we punched into 1080 and did a pan across it. And all of a sudden you have this super high production value visual effects shot that is not that hard. So learning, trying stuff on the fly and being like, oh, I have an idea. How can we solve that? And that starts to get into, that's later, but we at that point, I know we kind of like try to come off as like dumb, dummies who like, snowball through hell, but we know some things. We do know some stuff. We absorb, I think, an insane amount of material. You can ask Vince. We have a text thread, and he's constantly telling me that he thinks I'm always reading the entire internet. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We don't look any different minus the gray.
Yeah. A little more white now.
That's Danko, Selma, Elijah. It was super fun, and obviously Elijah and Selma were very gracious to give their time to us, and they killed it because they're awesome, so we do absorb, even though we may be like jokey and whatever. We absorb an insane amount of information and somehow retain it, and are able to recall it when necessary. Yeah, I helped Andy. I was Andy's like consigliere kind of Michael Clayton, and helped him with all his technical info to flip Preacher to Red, which was super awesome because he's awesome and happy to help anybody. I not to be self-deprecating, but anyone who knows us will know that we're pretty much down to help anybody with anything, anytime. We've given people cameras for free to go do a project, because it sounds like a cool project and it might not get done otherwise. And,
we've sent our friend Dustin Cook to the Himalayas with a helium body for a project he's working on because they needed to get funding and they needed to shoot a teaser. And you're like, I'm not doing anything with it. Take it. Go for it, man.
Give me insurance and give me a cert and we're good,
That's one of the reasons why I really wanted to have you guys on here, because you have hearts of teachers, you have hearts of gold, you have lot of knowledge, and you're just down to earth, and you have a lot to share, and the way you can share it, I felt like everybody would enjoy it, and of course, obviously, everybody does. So,
yeah. Well, the idea is you're supposed to enjoy what you do for a living.
Thanks, Hayes.
Same, Hayes. It's always been great to work with Hayes on stuff.
And Adrian's rad.
the whole idea is you do what you do because you enjoy it. It's supposed to be fun. So if you're not having fun, then why are you doing it?
Mm-hmm.
So again, to Jason's point, I know we don't come off as super serious, even though we're serious about what we do, but we have fun doing it, and we surround ourselves with people who also have fun doing it. Like, we don't work with people who scream on set and make people upset, and like, I don't want to be around that. I don't know anybody else that wants to be around that. I mean, we have friends that we don't work with anymore because we were great friends, but we didn't work well together. And so we're like, hey, let's just be friends and we'll just not work together. And everyone's like, okay, that makes sense, you know. But then you find great friends that you can also work together. And then you're just hanging out on set with your friends, making stuff.
Right, doing stuff that you love.
Yeah. And I'm just going to say this because it's true and it may sound trite and kind of like whatever, but honestly, and I think there's a lot of people who would say this and echo this sentiment.
I don't know what he's going to say.
And it's a Red thing, and it's not specific to Red as a camera, but deciding to buy a Red completely changed our careers. Again, taking the camera, the company, everything out of it, just using, and obviously we love the cameras. We own 6 of them. And meeting, I probably would not have met you, Scott, or a lot of our other, friends because of the community. Mm-hmm. And I know people say a lot about the community and its broiness and all that kind of stuff. And that's true. It happens. You could probably point out a lot of things about a lot of communities, but I jumped on Red User, I think in 2006, when it opened, and just like absorbed an incredible amount of knowledge from everybody on that site that was really willing to share. And I would say that probably at least 70% of our professional friends now are because we made that one decision.
Well,
right?
also,
so it's always nice to find these like branching points in your life that are, we decided to go live with our dad, which allowed our mom to move to New York. That was like a major branching part in our lives, and other things like that. I think I could point to that, 2006, 7 as a branching point in our professional career, just also because we didn't know shit about any of this stuff.
Well, and to that point, and I think you'll agree to this with this, Scott, is this okay. The say what you will about Red and the company and the subculture and whatever negatives you want to throw there, they were and continue to be the most supportive of their users, company of their users, of any company I've ever done business with in my entire life. From Ted, starting, we met Ted Shilowitz right when we got the camera, and he was like, "Oh, you guys are owners? Hey, come to the lot. Do this, do that. Oh, I'll introduce you to this person, that person." Same with Jared, same with Dean, and same with Jim. Like, who the hell am I? I'm a dummy who spent 18 grand on a camera I don't know how to use. But they're like, but you believe in us, so we believe in you. And so it helps. It helps when you have that sort of entree of people who are like, we're rooting for you, and then what are you going to do? Yeah,
the sense of family is really strong, and people that make fun of it, they just haven't experienced it. And I wouldn't expect someone, say who came from a broken home, to understand what it was like to not be, and vice versa. So people that have not experienced what Red does for everyone,
and again, I want to make it very clear. I'm using Red as an example, but you can use this concept for any community that is supportive, right? We just happen to all be using Red as an example because that's our current
supported community.
Supported community.
Well, it's like people that I knew from DVX user carried over to there, but it's that sense of kind of a little family and that being supported by friends for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make it a Red commercial. I'm just trying to.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
For example, Bob Gundu.
Bob Gundu all the way back from DVX.
Yeah, and even what Andy's saying, once I helped Andy flip, the guys at Red were like, we are there for support. They went down to New Orleans to help Andy deal with Sony and get Sony's pipeline in order and support the DP who is choosing to use their product. And other companies do that. But you know, they stepped it up, and again, to reiterate, that was on my request. Like, it wasn't on Andy's request. It was like, hey, I'm going to help Andy, and he's going to need support. Can we support him? And they were like, fuck yeah, 100%. He's making the sacrifice and putting his, you know, he's using his choice as a DP to support us, our company, not my company, Red as a company, and we're going to do what we can to support him as a DP. And, you know, that's, again, not to make it a commercial, but just in our chosen community, that is, you know, I appreciate that. And I think you do too. We consider, you know, all those guys who've worked there and no longer work there as actual friends. So, which is nice.
For sure. Okay, so fast forward past the Red commercial. Sorry.
As I use my Gemini as my webcam.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm using Sony.
Hold on, I'm going to mute myself real quick.
Right.
You guys can talk, and then we'll show pictures.
Oh,
Phew.
Right. So, right before the Red, you were talking about collaboration and stuff that was happening in California to get that one done. Where did you branch from there? What kind of things were you working on?
So you know, we've done a ton of music videos, a ton of branded content, a ton of done some short films. I've been trying to make features forever, but it's a tough business. But again, as we said earlier, we jump around a lot. So we're not known as the car guys, or like Vince is, you know, primarily known as an aerials guy, and he's amazing at what he does. We don't have that, other than being technical people who are relied on for technical knowledge. From a creative standpoint, our interests are varied. So I just like to work and make good work. I don't care if it's a knife commercial or a car commercial or a cruise commercial or a whatever. So it sort of hamstrings your career just a little bit, because the industry is so narrow-minded sometimes on who can do what, that we didn't really, you know, we sort of just stayed in our lane and did our stuff, right? Jobs that came our way. As we said before, we're fun people who like to just make cool stuff. And a lot of our clients, as we'd meet them, would become friends. And so then they would be like, well, I have more work. I just want to make it work with you, because it's super awesome to just hang out with you guys and make cool stuff. And I know you're not going to try and kill me on the budget. And, you know, we're pretty open, transparent about things, especially with clients, because, you know, as they say, you're not trying to sell somebody one car, you're trying to sell them 10 cars over their lifetime.
Right. Exactly.
So, you know, we were just sort of doing our thing, you know, just trudging forward. And then about 5 years ago, a friend of ours.
Well, prior to that, let's get into some commercial stuff.
Oh, well, let's show pictures that'll lead into what I was going to say.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't talk about how much time you guys have, so I want to be cautious of that. We're at an hour 20.
I want to break Phil's record.
Yeah, we're going to break. Okay. We got to break. Well, no, Vince has the record now.
Vince now. So, but the all-time record is Charles Pappert.
Yeah, we're not going for Charles's record. That's
5 hours.
That's egregious.
I will have to 10-1.
Nobody wants to hear. I don't think anybody wants to hear me for an hour and 19 minutes. Much less.
But there's two of you, so you only talk for 2 hours each.
Yeah, ostensibly we should be able to easily go for 10 hours. Yes. But let's. I mean, Vince is going down for sure. I mean, I can't let that stand. I mean, let's be reasonable here. That's just no.
Just let us know when we're 1 second over.
Like 9 kids. And Vince has 9 kids. He can have the kids thing. He's not getting this one. Yeah, Phil. Well, Phil. Well, we're Vince. We're taking Charles's record out of it because no one is even going to attempt it. So it's sort of like we're all fighting for second place here, and I know Vince doesn't usually go for second place, but in this case, he's going to third. Phil has the unfortunate position of having gone before, and more people who have the ability to 5 kids, 9 kids. It doesn't matter. Anything after 2, you're fucked. This commercial I want to show, and you said you want me to turn the audio off?
Yeah, mute the audio on it because it'll.
Okay, I did. This is a spot actually to bring up Hayes McCarthy at hey, you know what, Vince? I'm not even going to say it. We got introduced to an EP who had a production company. Sub Gomes. Gomes, straight up homie.
Gomes all day.
Absolute.
Gomes in the heart. We got introduced to an EP that someone who's now a friend of ours, Doug Allenstein, who had a production company that was doing a lot of work for Hasbro, and he sort of picked us up as rogue directors that would, pop in from time to time and do a bunch of spots with him. So this is the first spot we did with him for Simon, the newer version of Simon, and we used Teamer Savan as the DP on this one, who's been a longtime friend and is an amazing DP. And I think you should have him on next, quite frankly. So I'll show this spot, and then the sound is off, but you can just see it.
Hopefully they don't flag the account. If so, we have someone from Hasbro on, right? We can get them to unflag it.
Stop that. So
we went for the Close Encounters vibe.
Simon.
Yeah, they wanted a sci-fi vibe, so we tell a funny story about this.
Oh, swipes, interesting.
Yeah,
I had an original Simon, by the way.
Yeah. The visual effects for that was done by The Molecule in New York. Chris Keeler and those guys, really great guys. But that's a you can close that if you want for now. That's a spot that was, hey, we got to shoot at night. Let's shoot on June 21st, the summer solstice.
Shortest night of the year.
Make our day, no problem.
Yeah, no big deal.
So that one was, hey, we're gonna shoot.
How was that spot gonna do?
Yeah, we want to shoot this animal. This is working with clients and agency. Well, you guys want Close Encounters, you want sci-fi vibe, we're going to shoot anamorphic. And they're like, what does that mean? And we're like, well, you start describing the squeeze and the look, and you send them references, and they go, do whatever you want. It's a round product. Will it look round on the frame? And we're like,
round, you're like, it's not
really. Eventually, yes.
If they move it 6 inches out of the center of the frame, it's going to go like this.
Yeah. Shit. All right. Well, I guess we're not shooting anamorphic.
Yeah.
So there's a longer version of that that was where we start in a house, and you kind of come up behind the kid, and there's like this poltergeist shot of the TV in front of him, and a whole thing. Yeah, Vince, I know we all ask that question quite often about a lot of things. Donuts mainly, but so that was doing the classic, okay, we're going to run out of light, do the old, wides to tight. We got to shoot the wides first, and all that coverage. And in fact, that shot of the kid doing the tight swipes is like, it's not daylight, but it's pretty bright outside considering.
You want to pull it up and just kind of go through
sure.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So where the Simon is, the spaceship Simon.
I'll let me get to the
where the spaceship Simon was. We had a balloon light in the as you can see how the street is illuminated, we just had a giant balloon light over the street that we just painted out and replaced with a spaceship.
Nice.
No, actually, on this one, did we have the balloon?
Yeah.
Well, I think we had a balloon, but we also had a cherry picker with a
Condor
light on. I don't know what light we ended up with. That's a teamer thing, but
It's very
yeah,
soft.
that was our push. And actually, we shot these on Summicrons. I think they had just come out. The Leica Summicrons, and
Was that the cul-de-sac that you lived in?
This was not that we lived on. It was a round robin, like a full circle, scenario of cul-de-sac to cul-de-sac. But this was fun, blocking out, getting all the street lights turned off on the block, and having all the people in the neighborhood turn off their lights in their house because there was supposed to be a power outage.
Yeah, so it's like go around and pay everybody in their house like $2,000 to turn the lights off and stay inside their houses.
Yeah. Well,
Hayes knew what anamorphic was.
Well, yeah. Well, no.
Yeah.
Hey, yes. Not the technical creative side of Hasbro, the other side.
The product side.
Yeah. So of course these are fake anamorphic flares. Don't hate us.
They're around.
Very evil sometimes. But yeah,
they can do it.
Right here, there's a huge cherry picker right here that got painted out. That's blasting lights straight down onto the street. And then this is the shot where it's like pretty much it's like definitely light outside.
Yeah.
But over the shoulder you can't tell. We bought another, hour or so in that. But other than that, standard coverage, all this is, visual effects, haze behind them. Although we did have the cherry picker, pushing light down, so there would be a actual.
We had a smoke machine too. Yeah,
we had a hazer, but like it's
one.
outside, it's not gonna, didn't stay.
Are these kids like under 18, or are they actually 18-year-olds?
No, I think they're over 18. That's why we could have them late.
Right. I was gonna say, how did you get around that one?
And we had what's his name? Scott Buckler.
Oh, right.
He makes his own technocranes.
Yeah.
Here in the East Coast. So he brought out his his technocrane that weighs like half as much.
It also has big, giant, like monster truck wheels. So he's like, "Where do you want it?" And he just drives it around instead of needing to tow it.
So this is a nice little techno move up and over the kid.
So did you edit all of this yourself too, or did you start?
No, we did not. No,
Okay,
this was a shoot and handoff scenario. We tend not to edit a ton of our stuff.
If it's more of like, actually, when we do more of the sort of lifestyle documentary style pieces, we'll edit those. A lot of times it's just
we'll edit those. We'll hire an editor to work at our company.
We're not editing, but
we work with.
Right.
Yeah. But it depends, because we're not repped by anybody. It's sort of like we'll get a job, whether it's through a friend's production company or our own work, and it's just what is the ask. If the if somebody's hiring you and you're like, "Can you just handle everything?" You're like, "Sure." They're like, "Oh, well, we have editorial and color and whatever. We just need you to shoot it." Great.
I'm going to show all the Hasbro stuff together, just even though I don't think we need to really be chronological at this point.
Yeah. We're in BTS world now.
Yes. So this is a spot for Monopoly's 80th anniversary that they wanted to do stop motion, or they had done a test, and then we said, well, let's do stop motion with people. And Teamer also shot this one, and we shot this one on an A7S at the time, was the only Sony, and we owned one, and with our Leica R's on the A7S.
Did you go to an external recorder so you can get 4K?
We recorded internally stills.
Oh,
we did stop motion. So we actually
poor man's Moco, which is a nice long slider with tape
on it,
slider marked out.
doing
on
math.
its own,
You know,
moving.
we want to be on twos to go from here to here, and the shot has to be this long. So therefore,
It's got to,
whatever. So I'll show it to you, and then you can see. But just know that everything in this, aside from and we didn't cut this; they cut it at Hasbro. But the transitions are sped up; those aren't stop motion; they're just doing like wipes. But everything, the people are doing this. We're like move, shoot, move. So like I was at the board. Well, let me show it, and then I'll say it. So this is all this is not like
Monopoly through the eras.
Yeah, because it was 80th anniversary, so it was like 70s, modern.
We did an 80s one that they cut out for time, but and this was all their product shots. But the thing we did so you can see all the sets is the only way to do it in the time we had was to build a floor that was always the same.
It was a square.
It was like a diamond. And then you would just bring the two walls in that you needed.
Which was this wall. This wall and this wall.
Yeah, these are your 60s walls. These are your 70s walls. These are your 80s walls. And then we would do a quick changeover. Art department would zip in, change some furniture, roll out a carpet or put a quick floor down, and then you'd shoot, strip it back, put the new walls in. So we had it on a big stage with all the walls prepped off to the side, and then you just
all in one day.
Yeah, it was a long day. Yeah,
and the playback was bringing up a picture on the camera and then just spinning the wheel
like
on
here, look at that shot.
To jog through the photos and just finding a good speed to make it look like whatever, because the budget was reasonable, but it wasn't like, to Phil's point about Moco, like it was not we're not bringing a Milo or some sort of other thing in there. It's just not, Diamond Haze. The other thing I love about commercials, and this has nothing to do with Hasbro, this is just a commercial thing, is the amount of legal, like, hey, just so you know, blah, 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 like, see here, stop action special effect. There was this whole conversation on set about, wait, we can't show the pieces moving magically without people touching them because they don't actually do that. And we were like, oh my fucking God.
Well, I think the best story for that was when we did Simon, they put up a super on the commercial that says, toy does not fly on its own, which we thought was ridiculous.
Alien craft will not land.
Understanding why you have to do that. And then Jason and his son were at a park they gave us a couple, obviously, as props that we could keep. And they were playing it, and some kid came over to them and was like, hey, is that the new Simon? I just saw the commercial for that. Show me how it flies.
I was like,
You're like, that's why you put the super on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. And to be clear, I'm not saying that about Hasbro specifically.
No, it's
they are
forced
to do, just like certain things have to say, don't eat. It's like, well, who would eat that? You're like, well, somebody did. So we have to put it on the package.
Well, it's like pharma commercials. Don't take this drug if you're allergic to it.
Right.
Yeah.
How do I know if I'm allergic to it?
Well, it's the super happy fun ball from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. So for this spot, what we ended up doing is me and our art director, Rachel McIntosh, who is a stop motion animator as well. And we had some stop motion experience with a singer of our band who did a bunch of stop motion as well. So like we understood it enough to break it down. And then so I'm under the camera here and Rachel's off to the left and my brother's at the camera with Teamer. And we worked out a rhythm. Move, duck, shoot. Move, duck, shoot. So we would say move, and we said move, and the actors would do this and move a little bit as they reach on each shot to do the action they're going to do, each movement. And then I'm watching the actors. and moving the money, and Rachel's moving the pieces out of the box and getting them to crawl out of the box and across the thing on each shot. She's moving. It's like Phil Tippett and the team doing the at Walker and Hoff, but way shittier.
How did you keep the actors from moving too much? I mean,
look, it's a general thing. We're taking stills with a sharp shutter, so there's no motion blur, so it doesn't. Right. It doesn't
have to line up
to be exact, And if I looked at somebody and I think my brother and I have pretty good attention to detail, so like I can remember the sort of shots, and if we had to back up and look like, oh shit, did you fix your sock? Like, don't fix your sock, that kind of thing. So you tell someone move, and if they kind of did that, you'd be like, pull their hand back a little bit. I mean, it's a broad instruction.
Right.
But we did it all in one day. And it was super fun.
What else you got?
I have this one. This one I just went and did by myself. This was just something we got hired to direct. So the other stuff we got hired to direct and produce. This is something that Hayes had me come up and to Rhode Island, and I did 3 spots in a weekend, or like a Friday to a Monday.
Well,
and
Doug's company produced, but yeah.
What'd you say?
Doug's company produced the other 2.
Sorry. Yes. Doug's company produced those 2 spots. We were directors for those, but we were involved in the production. Yeah. Whereas this one, we were just, I was just the director. They had everything handled in their Rhode Island offices.
I see the title of this, and Phil had a question earlier. Which one of you is the bigger Star Wars nerd?
Well, my son's name is Lucas, so I mean,
he wins.
I probably win, but I mean,
well, maybe you just like that movie, Lucas.
Yeah.
No. Actually, my son is named after my grandpa, Lewis. I don't like the name Lewis for my child, but I just took the L, and my wife and I went back and forth, and Lucas certainly is a good choice for multiple reasons. So that's what we went with.
Perfect.
So I went up and did 3 spots as a director, which is super fun to like not have to think about business and production and all that stuff, and just get the boards and go, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. And even no offense to Josh, it's nice to like just have a whole full thing for me or for him to be able to focus on and like have a like not collaborate. I mean, obviously I collaborated with the people on the set, and Tom
Gilmet
was a DP on there who I already knew. So when they were like, oh, Tom's the DP, I'm like, awesome. I love Tom. Let's go hang out for, a couple of days in Rhode Island and make some cool stuff. So I'll show this. This is one of the ones. This was for a BB-8 toy. And this was actually the first time we used an Alexa. And because that's what they had up there. And Tom, Alexa and super speeds. I mean, you don't need much more than that, but here's the spot.
We don't have to be silent.
No, I know. I'm just watching it.
It could be worse than making something where Star Wars comes up in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember this commercial.
Looking at there was a sign. We shot one on that where it says Yoda on the thing. But here I'll go back. So to be 100% clear, there was somebody operating this unit the whole time. It's not animated. It's not anything. So it's follow it. You know what I mean? And so it was really cool to like, once we went, and this was a beautiful house. Once we got into the house, it was so great to like you would, as a kid, like it was my job to make up fun scenarios based on the boards. And once being in the house, to like play with a toy, so it was like, oh, like you totally do like, the run, right? And then, like how many takes do you have to do to get the thing to turn and look? You know what I mean? And it's like super. And this is an actual, although I think in this one, this is the only one that it's hand manipulated. It wouldn't lean properly, but the head moves. So there's our prop on the other side, like doing this and just kind of like helping it,
tilting it out, right?
Helping him tilt out. But the head, the head operation is accurate. And then this was like Endor, like, oh, let's go. Oh, they have plants in there. Let's like make a little Endor thing and like make them, sort of, run through the plants and then, go into the box. That was so we could see all his lights, in the full daytime. And then this was like, I was like, hey, can I do this? And I was like on the floor, like with towels and sheets, like making, mountains and stuff and going like, okay, run over here. It was super, super fun. And this was, the Yoda gag is great. It was a really nice, it was a really beautiful day. It was a really like super, super fun gig. And I appreciate those guys, involving us in that.
What else you got? Are we moving on?
Movies? Well, here. So I'll jump to this one. So we, through a mutual friend, got connected with, Sony PlayStation America, and we did a bunch of work with them, and they hit us up. I don't know if everyone remembers when Daft Punk's record came out. Shit, it was years ago. They did like this crazy unboxing video with like going through this maze of electronics, and it was a whole super cool thing. And the brief,
they reach in as they pull the box out, and it's like,
yeah, it was like a whole thing. And so they hit us up and said, hey, we want you guys to do this, but we want it to look exactly like this, which is, always interesting when you're, you don't have to necessarily be creative to come up with your own thing, but you're asked to match something, which is a trick in and of itself, because you want it to be exact. So I'll show it in a second, but
later, Hayes.
What do you say?
He's leaving. Bouncing.
Later, man.
Just in time. Good to see.
Later, dude. My ring light's getting like serious shadows. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I have it plugged into my battery pack too, because it's gonna.
Oh, nice.
After 4 hours.
That's all right. I got up and bumped my ISO a little bit.
Oh, nice.
So dark there already. Come on, it's like 6 o'clock there.
Well, I don't have the sun sets.
It's super cloudy today.
Also, the sun sets over there in my apartment. I'm sitting in front of windows here that were hitting me nice before, but now it's just, it's getting there. So we were
overhead light on
this video and said, we want you to match it. We had a friend who was on the art department for that video for the Daft Punk thing. I said, oh, do you want me to reach out to them? I could probably get all the information. They said, no, we don't want them to know that we're doing this. So don't say anything to anybody. And we were like, crap. Okay. Well, it's more fun now.
Right.
They said the only thing we know is where the props came from. This cool guy in Burbank who has all these crazy props. So I'll show it to you and then we can talk about it. And so this is the unboxing for the PS4. And it's broken up in editorial, but we actually did that whole move in one take because that's what Daft Punk did. But it turns out that Sony legal said that we nailed it so much that they were really afraid of getting sued, even though Sony owns the record label that Daft Punk is on. They said we didn't want to get sued, so they said just put dips to black in the move and it won't be exact. We were like,
So,
well, that kind of sucks.
Also, just like the shooting Simon on the shortest day of the year, we shot this on the was it fall back on daylight savings.
Oh, you lost an hour.
So
Yeah.
no, we worked till 2 a.m. and then it was 1 a.m. and then we worked till 2 a.m. again. We got our extra hour.
Yeah. And we jokingly told all the crew they weren't getting overtime.
Yeah, but that was but the funny thing about this is we shot this in LA on a stage that had 2 stages right next to each other with a door in between. And we were shooting we were doing interviews and
Setups
and packages for Soul Pancake, which is Rainn Wilson's company, for a VH1 special about it was like Ed Sheeran that year and Lord and Haim and Haim. So all these bands, as they were just starting to blow up, they were doing a VH1 special
with all them.
So we were doing that for a couple of days on the stage on the other side while we had our second crew building this set and getting everything set. So when that wrapped, the next day we could come over and shoot this.
And at lunch for the other stuff, we'd pop over and talk about stuff and whatever.
Yeah. It was nice to be able to have a stage with 2, spot.
They're separated by a wall.
Just bounce in between to make sure everything got done.
But so we went to the guy's shop in Burbank. That had all this crazy, like all this stuff is real stuff. Like that is each one of these things is a thing, right? It's like this is a thing you can rent. That's a thing. That's a thing. These middle pieces, this console in the back, like everything was. He had a warehouse full of all this where he would go to like old military bases and just buy all the
supercomputers with blinky lights and things.
Yeah, and then he would wire up custom switches in the back to be able to turn stuff on and make it blink and read out and whatever. He was super cool. So we went there and we grabbed a bunch of stills from the Daft Punk thing and we said, "Hey, we know they got this stuff from you. We want the exact same stuff you rented them." And he said, "Okay, let me see the picture." He's like, "I think I remember that job." He said, "Let me see the picture." He goes, "Oh, I know what those pieces are." So we walked through the warehouse because they weren't all together. So we walked through the warehouse. He's like, "All right, you need 3 of these." And we'd put stickies on each of the ones. This. He's like, "Okay, you need that. You need that." He'd look at the picture and he'd go, "Oh, that guy," and so we left there and we said to him, "Hey, do us a favor. So we're going to take all this. Do us a favor. Here's the picture. When you deliver it, put stickies on it and number it in the order of how we're supposed to build it. So we know." And he goes, "No problem." So then we were like, "Okay, what focal length are we going to like?" There's a dolly. We need a dolly. We got a set of master primes because we're like, it looks clean. So it's probably master primes. And then we had to
track because you had to see the floor.
Right. Yeah. No track.
Far enough away to be on a longer lens.
Yeah.
Going in.
So we had our same art director, Rachel, who did the Monopoly one. We had her like with putty, like skimming and filling in all the cracks in the seams in the
where the wheels
cement floor, so that it wouldn't go like cuckoo, as it hit the thing. So obviously she's only doing it right where the wheels are going.
You want to see that? This is how you do this. Go to the beginning.
Mm-hmm. This was so much fun.
When they come out of the elevator, right? Come out of the elevator.
But there was a move before that.
There was.
Simulated, like, because they had that. It looked like you came up and the door opened.
You just put a flag in front of the lens and just go. Coming up in the elevator, and then she put a on a rolling stand, like one of these things on the bottom that looks like the grid.
She just had
to put it up front and just pulled it in front of. It's like
like a shower curtain.
Yeah,
So we drop the camera, boom down on the camera on the dolly, hold a flag in front of it so it's black, and then as you boom up, you counter move the flag, and it looks like you're raising because you're moving up, and you just simulate the parallax, and it looks like an elevator coming up, and especially when the door, as it booms up and lands and the door opens, like your brain goes, "Oh, you were in an elevator."
How did you figure that one out? Did you play with it or what?
Well, we were just playing with a flag, like, how are we going to make this look like this? And when you're auditioning it, and you're like, well, it kind of already looks like that. Let's just do that.
Yeah, and then Greg, our DP, was like, "Oh, let me, we got to boom up. I mean, we have to come up. There's no way we
little movement, yeah."
Yeah,
Right.
so we got to boom up anyway. So let's boom up and then counter the flag and make it look longer than it is.
Yeah.
But the big trick was figuring out what lens. So we were like, oh, well, we can see a lot. It's probably a 25 or a 32, or 35 or somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So we had that set up, and we were like, we had the image. We're looking at it. We're like getting super anal. We're like measuring. We're like, no, it's off. Like, okay, push down further into the canyon. Like, here, come down. I think we used like, it's not here, but it would, in the dip to black, it was here. So we're like, okay, this is a good shot. Like, what can we see all this on? But how far back do we have to be to compensate for the focal length to see it for the move? But it's not super distorted, really.
And you want everything in focus so you can see all the way down the canyon. So you're not, if you're on a super long lens, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. So we were like, we had everything set up, and we're like, it's not right. And we were like, let's go to a 40. And we put the 40 on, backed it into position, and scooted the stuff out here. We backed up to this position, and we were like, it's fucking dead on. Like, it was like, and we're scooting. We're like, okay, I can see in this frame on theirs, I can see 3 lights. I can see 2 lights here at this position. Wiggle this box so I only see 2 lights there, or whatever. Like, we literally went to the inch as much as we could to dial it in. But it was super, super fun. And then we had a master macro for like this kind of stuff. And I think it's still in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff, that's the 100 mil master macro.
Did you have to gloss up that box to get that reflection to come off so much?
No, we just hit it really hard.
Wow.
Well, no, the box isn't shining. That is the PlayStation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So see, the PlayStation is,
there's a light.
We cleaned it. We cleaned it, but the PlayStation's shining on one side.
Okay.
So, and there's haze in there, so it just became
perfect.
Like a laser.
And the actor
what else you got
for next hour.
And then you're like, somebody touched it.
Did you cheat that beam too? Did they have the reflection come in front of the face? Is that what you did?
Past him? No, I don't believe it.
It didn't look like it hit him in the face. It looked like it went straight in front of him.
Right in the face.
Yeah. No,
I think he told him to close his eyes.
Yeah, it's
wait, hold on.
It hits the console behind him.
Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah, they show all the stuff.
Again, legal shit. They got to show you every doodad that's in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit him. I mean, well, it's going
hit him in the face.
It's going like just over his right shoulder, but yeah, I mean, it's hitting him in the face.
Yeah, and you can see the edge here is past his face if you were to be able to see around him. So he's basically like, his eyes are, he's like this. He's like doing it like this so he doesn't go blind.
Any idea what kind of light that was? Because that is seriously bright.
Well, remember, we were in a completely black room. All the lights in the room are off. We're only lit by the doodads on the yeah.
But yeah, it's I want to say it's a Leica, but it's probably not. My gaffer knowledge is, or light specific knowledge is not strong, but I know what I know how to point at stuff and say make it brighter.
Right. Oh, there's a rat.
I want more color here.
Fancy rat.
What's up, fancy rat?
Yep.
Here, so we'll jump to this one. This was a fun one. So this will tie into the VR stuff. So as Josh was saying, and you can talk about this if you want.
This Volvo.
Well, just getting into VR in general.
Oh, I didn't know what fun it was. So,
Well, actually, hold on. I'm going to close this. So while you talk about the VR stuff, I'm going to pull up some pictures.
it's about 5 or 6 years ago. A friend of ours, Lucas Wilson, who is he used to work at Avid. He's worked at Assimilate, which makes Scratch. He was head of sales at Cameron Pace, which is like a big, James Cameron's 3D company. He's a super smart executive producer, sales guy. Very technical. We were hanging out at NAB, and he's like, "Hey, what do you guys think about VR?" And we were like, whatever, it's fine. I don't really know that much about it. And he's like, "Well, here, look at some of the stuff I've been working on with these GoPro rigs and whatever." And we did this one thing with these red rigs. We were like, "Oh, that's cool." And he was like, "Well, I'm doing some stuff. Maybe we can work together." We're like, "Yeah, sure. Just let us know." And so, a couple months later, he's like, "Hey, I got this job."
Actually, the first one here.
I don't think. Do you have a picture of?
Yes, I do.
So the first job was go to Toronto and do a cooking series with David Chang from Mamafuku for Samsung for their platform, because they were the sort of the early leaders of that. And they want it super high res, and they want a red rig. So I was like, "Great, Lucas, you did a red rig for this other thing." He's like, "Yeah, but I wasn't involved in building it, so I don't really know how it worked. But I have these pictures of it, so I can send you the pictures." So we just looked at the pictures and reverse engineered it.
Bob, Toronto is dope. I love Toronto.
Bob Bendu wants to know why Toronto is the coolest place.
You know why? Because they have Taste of China.
They have Taste of China. They have Barbarians, which is the oldest steakhouse in Toronto, which is some of the best lamb I've ever had in my life.
Also, just as an aside, wherever we go, because we travel a lot for work, we eat. Like all our crews can tell you that we eat almost to a dangerous level where
to our bodies and our budgets.
Yeah, the line item in our budgets for food is quite
doesn't
high.
really catch up to what the actual costs are. Yeah,
you had me at steak. You don't need
Well, so Jason didn't come on this job in Toronto. He had some family stuff going on. So, tremendous Chinese, Victor.
Yeah, Taste of China.
So we took our producer at the time, Jim Muscarella, and Tom Wong.
He is in Acton.
DIT extraordinaire. And we went up here and we just figured it out. We did some tests down here. We shipped a bunch of stuff up there. And it was great. It was super new. Again, we like to do this new stuff that we've never done before, that this is like VR was sort of like the peak of storytelling and technology. It's like
for us,
Tinker Toys and building crazy shit like this that you'd never done before, and then figure out how do you sync them all? How do you, word master slave? What's the plate? How do you do the layout? Then you got to stitch it.
This one's all wired. This one's was like a big snake of everything.
Yeah. And then you have audio underneath it and whatever. But the best part of this job was eating Mamafuku for crew lunch every day. So getting noodles every day.
Cooked by David Chang.
Well, the regular staff, but we got, when he was doing his segment about cooking steak, he was using 48-ounce ribeyes that were about that thick. And he kept screwing up because this rig in particular had a hole at the bottom because there's no down camera. So if you got within 6 feet of the rig, you would just disappear. Like whatever was there, you'd be cut off. Jared Land loves multiple cameras on plates. You would use your legs or whatever. So he kept fucking up. And so he cooked like 4 of these 48-ounce
That's a damn
ribeyes.
shame.
So after he was done cooking them, it would be like cut. He would just chop them up and put them on a plate, and everybody would eat it. So we're just like, "Nope, you messed up. Nope, you messed up." And then the last one, he made 2. He was like, "Why don't I have 2 left? I'm just going to make them both." And he nailed that one. But then we ate 4 48-ounce ribeyes, which is not a bad way to spend a day on set. But so this was sort of our entree into VR, was through Lucas and Supersphere, which we eventually joined as partners. And so the next job was this golf job we did also for Samsung. They wanted to do a thing at Baltusrol in New Jersey for I think it was for the PGA Championship was going to be at Baltusrol. So the year before, which is the year we did this, they wanted to do something highlighting the 18th tee. So we had Paul Azinger and Mark Toya, also one of the best lads to hang with.
Yeah, I got some good pictures of Toya coming out.
I have my daughters watching me on Facebook Live, standing behind me and laughing at me. No, go over there.
No, now we have a loop. It's gonna
come on, no loop. You're gonna screw it up.
I can see myself.
Yes, I can see myself on Facebook.
Wow.
So for this one, they wanted to do. This was unique because we had to figure out how to power this entire rig in the middle of a 18th green.
So you can see here we have this whole like snake of nonsense, and then we're like, well, that's crazy anyway. There's no reason to have all this GAC, so we made it all wireless.
Yeah.
There's a router on here going to the VCLXs, and Wong is controlling the entire rig from a DIT cart we had our grip Gary built off of a hand truck.
Yeah.
So it could be super narrow.
Well, also because you're putting this on somewhere on 18th green, and then you're saying, all right, we're rolling, and then everybody just has to scatter. Find a tree to hide behind. You know, if you're elevated, get into a bunker, just run. And only Tom, wherever Tom was, you could monitor. But so one of us had to be with Tom, but we were like, there was like 6 of us in a line behind him, behind the tree at just the right angle, so we could all see the monitor, but the camera couldn't see us. So that was fun.
What was the post like stitching all that together?
So again, we went to our friends, Chris Healer at the Molecule, because there were, I don't even know if Cara VR was out yet for new.
There wasn't any. It was all roll your own at that point.
It was a bit of a roll your own, and they're a top notch. Thanks, dude. They're a top notch VFX house, and they're expensive, but they do their job well. So like it's money well spent. Especially dealing with 5 60 frame, 6K 60.
Over 4K 60.
Were we in? No,
They were dragons.
Yeah, we were. Well, it's 3x2, so it's like 4K by not the full width. So it's it's almost 4 by 4.5.
So anyway, at some point, our sort of traditional media and new VR career storytelling merged in a spot we did for Volvo for a New Year's. I think it was like 2016. They actually approached us to do a VR spot only. And we said, well, but we're already going to be there.
Well, we asked them if they were doing a traditional spot.
And they were on the fence. But so we're like, well, we're already going to be there. You're going to have already paid for crew and talent and cameras. We're going to have 5 red cameras there. 6 for that one.
6 red cameras.
Why don't we? What's the markup's going to be like another 25% maybe, and then you'll get a 30-second TV spot and a VR spot. And so we were able to sell that up, and we said, but we're only going to do it if we're the directors on the traditional spot. We're not going to train some other guy, hired gun you bring in just to direct the
VR side.
Just to direct the, we're going to direct the VR side, but we're not going to let you bring in some other dude to just do the TV spot because we're already basically doing the same thing.
Well, and we told them our crew was not a VR specific crew. Our crew were all traditional film people that we trained to do the additional VR stuff or had already learned it on their own, and so there was like maybe 2-3 extra people, not an entire crew of specialists sitting around waiting for their turn.
So the best part of this job, besides getting to spend like 10 days in Toronto, which
another 10 days in
Toronto is a great place to spend time. Love it up there. Great people, great food. Super close to New York, so short flight or drive if you like. So we're on with we're talking to this was through Gray advertising, and they're like, okay, so I know that you want to probably use your own DP, but we have a DP that we use for most of our Volvo campaign.
The agency said that.
The agency was saying we have this DP that we use, so would you be okay using our DP? And we're like, well, who is it? They said Jeff Cronenwith. And we were like, yeah, we can make that work. That'll be fine.
Yeah. So, they're like, oh, you've heard of him?
We're like, yeah, I've heard of Jeff. Yeah.
Twist my arm a little bit here.
And if anyone who doesn't know who Jeff Cronenwith is, which is probably not anybody, I mean, everyone should know who he is, but we'll just start all the way back. His father shot Blade Runner, so we'll
never say
that. Okay. And Jeff shot. Jeff is
literally
the sweetest, one of the sweetest people you will ever meet. He is the most gracious and awesome dude, and a super fun hang.
So to that point,
and he shot Fight Club.
Yeah.
So let's just
operated on 7. Yeah, I mean,
7 Fincher movies. He's a
whatever. Beast. So they're like, well, we'll connect you via email and you guys can talk. So we're like, fuck, we're going to talk to Jeff. Like, no idea who he is, as a person, never spoken to him, don't really know anybody that knows him. So we're like,
and who the fuck are we? Like he's hit
we knew that he was tight with Jared and Jim at Red. And so we knew that, they obviously hang with good people. So we're like,
Well, I had been talking to Jared too about some other stuff, and I was like, "Oh, I think we're going to shoot a commercial with Jeff," and he,
my wife,
and Jared was like, "Dude, Jeff is the best.
Hello, wife.
You'll be, he's awesome. You guys are going to have a great time." So I felt good about that already. But
so Jason and I had come up with some ideas for how we thought the spot should go, and both VR and traditional. About what we would do, right? But obviously you want to talk to Jeff because Jeff probably has better ideas. So we get on a phone call with him.
Exactly, Graham.
Yes, he is just the best, Graham. We get on a phone call with Jeff and he's like, hey guys, what's up? Yep. By the way, I already talked to Jared and Jim and they say you guys are the best. So if they say you're the best, I think you guys are the best. Let's just be friends. And we're like, sounds great. And we're like, so let's, we said, let's walk you through the spot. We'd love to hear your ideas. And to his credit, he goes, actually, I'd rather hear your ideas. And we were like, okay. So we pitched him our ideas and he goes, that's pretty close to what I would do at this point. Like we're still ballparking. We haven't gotten a location or anything. We're just ballparking through the creative. And so the most amazing part of this job was getting to spend 2 hours a day in a van with Jeff going to and from the location scout.
Captive audience.
To just talk about shit.
Talk about movies and shit.
And he is as much of a movie geek as we are, even though his dad is, shot Blade Runner. So he told us Blade Runner stories. We talked about Fight Club. We talked about Fincher. We talked about all this stuff. And it's like, again, you don't get those moments in life a lot to be able to have like a private one-on-one with somebody just to learn about them and their process and how they got to where they are, right? He's telling us how he made it from camera assistant to DP,
Yeah. And
Anyway.
and we consider him a friend at this point. So like
Yeah.
we were pitching on another thing. Sesame Street wanted us to do these commercials, and we'll get into us working with Sesame Street.
Yeah.
But we had been approached to do some commercials, and they said, "Oh, sorry, I'm gonna wait before I say anything. Why don't we actually? I'm sitting here with a blank screen
Get
the
your
whole
mute-
time.
muted.
Yeah, I'll mute the audio. So this is a single shot, 50-foot super techno in the woods, 1 hour north of Toronto.
But this is the traditional spot, not
This
the
is the traditional
not
spot.
the VR spot. But the VR spot was similar. So this is a oneer. There's a giant light across the lake.
I have a
behind
picture
them,
of it.
mimicking moonlight. Fake snow coming down in post. That mountain to your left is covering the light that we put back there, and the sky was a plate from Dustin Cook.
Dustin.
Dr. Kanab came through big on a great
So here,
astro shot.
I was like, there's no way you pulled that tonight.
Yeah, no.
yeah, no.
There's a giant balloon light up there too.
Right.
Here, yeah, I will go through here. This is the light,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? It's the big giant balloon
the,
light.
the,
And
the light in the middle is the one across the lake that they put up. Again, we had the Molecule do post on this, the cleanup, and that mountain that you saw as we came up was covering that light, and then obviously they painted the balloon light out and put in the
however,
star filter.
the Molecule did the visual effects, but the visual effects supervisor was Scott Squires,
Yes,
because this job came through Pixvana, who we were friends with.
right.
And if no one knows who Scott Squires is, he worked on
He got his start on a movie you might have heard of called Watch the Skies, which is
later
actually
called.
a movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
He got if he didn't get an Oscar, he certainly got a VES award or something for the inventing the cloud tank.
Yeah.
In Close Encounters for running for when Barry gets abducted in the field and the clouds roll in. I mean, that's like Lysol in a
We
in
did
a saran wrap.
we did a proof of concept VR.
I have pictures from that. We'll go
right.
to that in a second. But
I'm just saying, getting to sit at the restaurant at the Ace Hotel in downtown Los Angeles while we waited for everybody to show up for a half hour and eat avocado toast and listen to Scott Squires tell me how he got his start in the business was also a highlight. Also, an incredibly
gracious,
amazingly nice guy.
So just quickly here for this is the VR shot, and I'll show you the rig for the VR piece. But what we got lucky on is where the campfire is here. There was like an 8 to 10 foot depression here that rolled down. So we put the Super Techno on the wheels here.
So it was below.
So it's below the thing. It's below the grade. And when you look down the back camera, there was no light back here. They added more trees in post. So because the fish eyes on the VR camera, everything gets small fast, and the Techno's black. You basically didn't have to remove the Super Techno because it was pretty much below the lens and in black.
Well, the plate that we had all the cameras on was like this, and the head was like this. So as you went up, the Techno just went below it anyway. So it didn't really.
So this is our light. There's like a big crane with, I forget what they call it.
Like an LVR or an LR something. That
was the other thing. Doing the scout with Jeff. And him walking around, and we're like, okay, this is what we're gonna do, is blah blah blah, this and that, doing the director thing. And he's like, okay, so talking to the gaffer, he's like, I wanna,
LRX
K, behind that tree, something behind that tree. I want a crane over here with light to rake the back of those trees. I want a big crane across the lake to give us our moonlight. And we're just like, this is awesome. Like, because like, you know, like you want to give, like, I don't want to work with Jeff and then say, well, you have 2 lights. You know what I mean? Like, we're doing a thing and like you do you. Now, obviously stuff gets adjusted for budget, but it's great to like work with somebody at that level and like see how they're functioning and see what they're calling out and how they're setting the mood and like how they're gonna, like, we had a whole thing here raking. We had another light up here raking these trees here so that they could pop out and that
was like a quarry where that other light is. It goes into a depression that's like a quarry with like a
here. And here's a picture of Jeff here with us at White's in Toronto. This was our all white Stormtrooper VR rig that because we had 2 Stormtroopers at the time, and we were like, well, I mean, if we're gonna do that, like, so I hunted down everybody. Like DC Camera had one. I forget his name up in Rochester. He had one. So like I sourced everybody's things, and then I sourced a bunch of white 4K, the little 4.7K monitors. So it was just, we're like, if we're gonna do it, like, let's do it. It's a super flex. You got to, sometimes you have to flex.
So on the VR stuff, we got a lot of questions coming through here on VR. So let's drop some of those in here.
Yeah, that's fine. But just, there's Jeff. But here, I'll show the
bonfire.
Yeah, okay.
Picture.
Well, here's the rig.
That's the rig picture.
This is the rig in a tighter setup. These plates, you know, it was really cool. Jack Moser was somebody we met through Reducation, I believe, right?
Yeah.
He lived in Toronto, and he came by to check out what we were doing, and we had this plate left, you know, that we had been using, and I was like, man, I really want to run all my cables down the middle of this thing. And he goes, oh, draw on Sharpie where you want it cut. I'll take it. I got a guy. I'll bring it back to you. Like, take everything off it. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. He'll chop it out and sand it for you. And he brought it back to us, and it had a nice clean hole down the middle where we could run all the cables and make it super nice and clean. And he's a super nice dude. Later, these I think I have a picture of it. Our friends at Teradek wanted us to make a thing for Sundance, and so they anodized it black for us, like black powder coat to make it nice.
The bonfire one.
Yeah,
he wouldn't white our plate.
Yeah. So here's us putting it together on the Super Techno, and then this 6th camera, 8mm. Yeah. We did some tests to Phil's question. We did some tests with I don't particularly care for these Canon zooms, but we did some tests with these Rokinon 8mm that we had that actually filled the whole frame. And they're not zooms; they're just straight up 8. Not Rokinon, sorry. What?
I thought they were the Rokinons. We had
they are Rokinon. Yeah, it's a Rokinon 8. Yeah. But they were Nikon mount, and so we just had little Canon flips on them, and they were manual, and they actually filled the whole frame. But they're not as fisheye
field
as these are. The field of view is actually slightly shorter. We put the rig up in the other picture at the camera house, and we measured them. Basically, we like put a piece of tape on the floor where the vertical field of view fell, and then put up the other lens, and we actually got another foot out of the Canons. So we were like, the Canons are shit on the edges. They just like chromatically aberrate and they're really bent, whereas the Rokinons are slightly less. They're a little more rectilinear.
We needed
what'd you say?
For this, we needed maximum coverage.
We needed more resolution on the floor, and then because the camera in this case started at the car, tracked back, and then went straight up 50 feet. we needed to cover the floor. So we had Jeff bring his camera, and we underslung his camera there to pick up the pull up. And obviously it worked.
So that fire picture is my favorite.
Yeah. Hold on.
Toya wants to know what the future of 360 VR is for you guys.
Who the hell knows?
For
So
us,
this is the sexy picture.
yeah.
Of just, the rig. This was interesting because we actually had no head on it. It was literally sitting right on the plate that you would put the head on, the Mitchell plate. So we had to like rejigger all this stuff in the back, because as the Techno comes up like this, it starts to pinch underneath because it doesn't have the height that it normally would by having another remote head or something on it. So all these right here are red power supplies.
Yeah.
Running to power cables going down the Techno.
Yeah.
Because we were going to have to be there for a while, and we were like, we don't want to, like, we're not moving. Let's just run power to it. Yeah. Hold on, Josh, you can talk about that. I'm going to pee real quick.
10-1.
You can go back. You can take off the Volvo screen.
There we go.
So we were part of Partners in Supersphere for about 5 years. We went from doing these sort of hackneyed red rigs, and then we moved on to, my brother has pictures of us using the Jaunt camera, which was like a nice super high res single ball with 20 lenses in it, up to transitioning to 180 VR, working with Oculus, doing all of their concert streaming for 2 years and building live streaming racks and getting into live streaming.
Wait, did you say Jaunt? Slow down, man. I got
say
pictures.
Jaunt.
Yeah, I know. I
said you had a picture.
I got pictures.
Yeah.
Here.
But we decided this year, actually just before pandemic time, to leave that company and just because we felt like it was taking away from, again, as we've said multiple times, we're very multidisciplinary, and we got sucked into VR world for like 5 years and sort of neglected the other side of our brains that we the storytelling part of VR never really got to the place we wanted it to get to.
This being a perfect example, if you look, this is the Jaunt camera. Looks like the Imperial probe droid.
Yeah.
Here's another picture from another piece we did for
in Toronto.
Toronto. No, Vancouver.
No,
Vancouver.
Oh yeah, that was Vancouver. Sorry.
Yeah, Vancouver. So this is for the TV show Timeless. They wanted to do an actual branched narrative from the show, from their NASA.
This is what we wanted to do more of. That just there wasn't that much work for it.
They redid the NASA control center, and this is their time machine for the show. And this is inside the time machine. And then this is from my brother and I, through Lucas, were the VR camera supervisors alongside. Well, Vince has a much bigger bladder. He wants everyone to know, and so he can certainly have. Well, Vince has a daughter, so I think he was probably sitting on one of her diapers, a baby daughter. But yes, Vince has a much bigger bladder. He can certainly own that.
I would like to point out that I drank this entire thing of water, and I have still not gotten up to pee. So
about 26 minutes away. So
yeah.
I have no qualms. I have no issue with big or small bladders. That can be a Vince thing. But this was there was a series that Jaunt tried to push narrative VR forward with Doug Lyman called Invisible, and my brother and I were brought on as VR camera supervisors with the Jaunt camera, and with Louis Smithingham and Jelena Tatlock and some great people from Doug Lyman's company, and that was really great to watch. To watch that. Hey, that's Chris Wachowski. He is a great Steadicam operator, and actually, we solved the problem with this because he was operating Steadicam. We needed to
Right out in front of him.
disappear, so we had him push it in front of him and put himself in a seam so that he would be squashed by the seam in the camera. And then we put a GoPro on his back with a 200-degree lens so that we had his POV where he would be to replace it with. Now, it's not exact, but you can't make him literally disappear physically. So someday, Mark, someday dreams come true.
One day. Too much happening.
Yeah. So anyway, working with Doug Lyman and his team was amazing to watch him, someone of his caliber step in and problem solve in a new medium, and break the rules and have stuff not work and have stuff work. And that was a really fun experience.
Vincent says he's heard from a public source that Apple's making AR glasses and launching them soon. Have you heard anything?
I've heard the same things you've heard on the internet.
I don't quite know the need for it personally, but I'm excited to see what they do. And I don't have an Apple Watch. I don't wear a watch, so it doesn't really do anything for me. But I'm happy to take my phone out of my pocket when I need to use it.
They
what?
Let's see if the term glass hole carries over to
from Google.
From Google.
When they're
it was a little creepy.
So as I was saying before,
also we just to interject real quick because I found that I took this picture. You can go to this picture if you want.
Yep,
when we travel and find a lot of cool stuff. And Boba Fett is the best license plate on a Corvette ever. So this guy, I don't even know who it is, but he's awesome. Another one that's great is, hold on, this is just
he's probably watching. We'll just see.
That was him driving by. Did you hear it?
Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, Boba Fett,
Yeah,
bro."
Boba Fett,
This was on Jeff's recommendation, a tomahawk.
Oh yeah.
Just to show where we do our thing.
Food we have.
This is
Wait,
like
who pre-cut that for you?
I think they did. Actually, we left it, and then we were like, "Hey, can you cut this?"
That's what you order when you have agency dinners.
Yeah, and then that's Josh, Winter Wizard at Sundance.
Full beard.
I just found some fun pictures.
Yeah, I had to. I couldn't, from a vanity standpoint, I couldn't stand what the masks were doing to my beard, which is making it do weird things. So I just,
Since we're on the topic of meat, have you ever had a Perry's Steakhouse pork chop?
No.
Perry's Steakhouse.
Yeah, Austin, Texas. It's this tall. It's
I
5
had
ribs.
tons of meat in Austin, Texas.
This is straight up me. I didn't do this, but this is straight up my humor, 100%. And this was on a Sesame Street. This was on a Sesame Street shoot.
Oh.
And I saw that, and I said, "Whoever did that is a genius, and I love them, and I wish they were here for me to kiss them."
But you have to show Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh, I don't have that. I think I do have that picture.
Or Nicholas Ribcage.
Nicholas Ribcage is a
We're
great.
going to go down a whole other thing here.
So is Robert Brownie Jr.
All right, while you're looking for that, let me pop the question up here.
Yeah.
Wait, and then this one, bathroom graffiti is a very special art form, and I think one of my favorite ones when we were on tour with our band, because we did in and around all this and prior to all this, like I've done cross country tours, I've played in Europe, we've been in our bands and played, I've driven across this country several times in a van, to play shows with our friends and, friends' bands and stuff. And is a pure passion for us. If somebody's told me I could do that for a living, I might actually just say, fuck it. to all this other stuff and just do that. But that's not going to happen. So I make movies someday. But we were on tour and we saw, I think we were in like Oklahoma or something. And we went into a bathroom and on the bathroom wall, it said Toy Story 2 was okay. And I thought that was a great one. And this one was when we were doing a job for Lincoln, which we can get to, which is what that picture I sent you for our interview or whatever you used for the tile was from. But this is excellent bathroom graffiti. Your mom is a nice lady. It's a good, I mean, you know, sometimes people are nice in random bathrooms. It's not often.
You know,
not often.
The nicest graffiti artist yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's the same guy who liked Toy Story 2, but I don't, you know.
Question is, for complex spots, are we doing previs? Does the budget allow you to allocate funds for it? We do not usually do previs. We do storyboards. We do a lot of our own research, and like for the Monopoly spot, we did do tests because we had to determine a speed, a cadence for the stop motion to sell them on it. But you know, even for the VR stuff, it's mostly math. It's not necessarily previs. You're saying, what's the field of view I'm going to get on these lenses? And if I put them together, how close can somebody be before they hit the occlusion zone so I can't see them? I want to get a close-up. I want to get how am I doing this? So more times than not, it's just straight math, which nobody ever thought they were going to use when they were in high school. Like, I'm not using complicated math, but now it's all math.
Also
math. Lens calculations are math.
Although on the spot that we just shot, and I'm going to use this to segue to one of our bros, Mike Gomes, who's you know, family as our, you know, a lot of our friends and creative collaborators. We just shot a yogurt commercial that's not out yet. Their tagline didn't quite mesh with the current situation, so it's being reworked. No one's
Shake
fault.
hands with a friend or
Bad timing.
Sure.
And so on that one, Mike actually used Cinetracer, you know, Matt Workman's app to do, you know, to do some make a cleaner pre-pro book and take, you know, information from our gaffers and grips and other department heads to make like a nice clean layout for us. So I'm going to say, and you can go to the screen real quick. This is also sometimes we eat other things on Scouts, like tiny cats
that's
on cement. But also we get to sometimes make other dreams come true. And we were in LA and we brought Mike to Disney to visit a friend of ours, and they gave us a tour around Disney, and he got to meet Yoda and R2. So,
also for the ultimate dream for all of us, Jason and I had been there once or twice before, like 20 years ago. Just at the end of February, as everybody knows, we're part of Frame.io, so we also do some marketing videos for them sometimes. So we were working on a project that for a film that's not out yet, that used Frame.io, and they were doing the final score at Skywalker Sound at Skywalker Ranch. And so Mike and my brother and I went to Skywalker Ranch for 2 days to shoot with the director and some of the other people and get B-roll. And if anybody, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to leave our houses again, but when we can leave our houses, find a way to convince somebody to let you onto Skywalker Ranch, because it is outside of the Star Wars nerdness of it that connects to us. It is a magical place that he created for creators, right? To just go and be away from Hollywood, stay in a bungalow, and just write for a month. You know, amazing research library in the main house, and it is one of the most amazing sort of philanthropical film places you can be. And they also do regular work with Skywalker Sound and editorial.
Yeah.
But
This is
anyway, that's a dream come true.
just to push, just to further our music side. You can go to my screen real quick. This is a band I was in called Eloise and the Savoir Faire. I went to Europe with these guys and did a bunch of stuff. We made a record, and that's me as a mechanic. We were lucky enough to have Debbie Harry sing on our record, and got to hang out with her. It's a little bit of a flex because it's Debbie Harry. But just to
for people who don't know who Debbie Harry is, that's Blondie.
She was in Blondie.
She was. Blondie.
So I'm gonna go up. What you say
here.
make him stand out against other DPs who work besides being sort of public figure for filmmakers?
Dad shot Blade Runner.
I mean, obviously his pedigree of his own work is stellar. So, I mean, there are other DPs that you could work with that would do equally as interesting things. He is a extremely talented DP who is also, like we said, a really good person to be around. So I wouldn't say it was anything specifically that made him stand out beyond his obvious talent. We didn't get to choose him. Luckily, I don't think we would have thought to reach out to him, specifically for that spot. So it was kind of a lucky thing that we got to work together. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Questions.
Oh, because Vince keeps coming up, so I'm gonna.
So for the record,
let's go to a helicopter. I'm gonna go to a helicopter shot.
Because you don't have to worry about it, Josh, because Vince only went 4.5 hours, and you've already said you will not go past Pap, who went 5 hours. So you don't have to worry about.
Vince went 4.5 hours.
Vince went 4.5 hours.
Ugh.
We got 2 hours to go, bruh.
I don't know if I have more hours to talk about.
Adrian,
myself.
Yeah,
Adrian,
well, Vince is pointing that out, by the way. Where's it at?
Adrian, you could use AR previs for live broadcast. Absolutely.
Here, I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
It says
well, he can see the thing that we have is my brother.
Vince, you never tell a lady they look tired.
Yeah. Also, Josh could nap while I talk, and then I could nap while he talks, and we can easily surpass. Papper.
And I could double them up and put them on a slight delay, so it'll seem like they're two different people.
Yeah.
Never been done before in a Zoom.
Yeah. I might. Yeah. So if you want to go to my screen, this is our chopper flex. Because everyone seems to have had a chopper flex from starting with Phil. Phil had his chopper flex. Mark had a chopper flex. We have like the lowbrow chopper flex. We're like the hacksaw, Jim Duggan operating a camera on a helicopter.
Yeah.
You got both doors off, so you beat my flex.
Yeah. So and I'm using a Tyler mini gyro here because the Movi wasn't invented yet when we did this.
And we couldn't afford big boy stuff like Mark and Vince.
We weren't going to use a Cineflex. So yeah, this was super fun. We had Mike Eisler on this, who I think is up here doing something. And math is great, Tim.
If you ever have to fly in a helicopter and shoot anything, you need to bring Mike Eisler.
You need Mike Eisler.
You don't really have a choice.
But this was our very first. I think this was our very first helicopter thing that we were doing for FX PhD. Mike holds it together, but you can see Mike get like, Mike either goes, Gomes is a pretty like stoic dude, but he either goes super Newark and gets like really hood, or he gets super nerd and like talks in a New Zealand accent like a hobbit. Like he those are really Mike's only two things outside of just being Mike.
Tim Doss wants to know what other bands we played in. Jason and I filled in on bass in our friend's band Fireball Ministry on a cross-country tour. Jason did west to east, and then we met in Worcester, Mass, he played the show, and he got in the car with our friends and drove home, and I stayed, and then I did the tour with a different band that we were opening for, East to West.
Yeah, the west to east leg that I did, we were opening for Opeth and Pelican, and then on the way back, they were opening for
CKY.
CKY. And
I am an ugly lady, Vince. That is true.
And I was later played bass in like a band called the Company Band, which was I was on bass. Neil Fallon from Clutch was singing. Jess Margera was playing drums from CKY. My friend Jim from Fireball Ministry was on guitar, and another friend of ours, Dave Bone, was on guitar. We made a record that's an EP that's on Spotify.
Also,
our other band, Puny Human.
Yeah, our band was called Puny Human. But Tim Dost, I was in a band you might have heard of called Slayer.
Oh,
I wish.
So yeah, this is our chopper. This is our chopper flex. No door, hanging out the side, belted in, and just feet on the
Rob
skid.
Marshall. Rob Marshall, Vince.
Yeah, it is Rob Marshall. So that was super fun. That's my flex. That's our chopper flex. We have another chopper flex, but Josh couldn't get the pictures moving.
I got through all the comments now. Finally got everybody caught up.
Yeah, I'll text it to you. I'll find one.
So I'm gonna go to Sesame.
Yeah,
I think that's a fun thing. So here, I'll bring up a picture that we can leave up because it's a fun one. Those are some happy boys right there. And oddly, I'm wearing the exact same shirt there that I was flexing in my chopper. So now I'm flexing with Cookie Monster in the same shirt. And anyone who knows me knows that I have at least 50 plaid shirts. So this is a good odds. And even Teamer decided to wear his plaid that day because he knew we were working together. Because George Lucas wears plaid and jeans, and if he wears plaid and jeans, everyone should wear plaid and jeans. It's a flex shirt. It's not the best flex shirt. It's just the flex shirt I have. Nar.
Yeah, why isn't it a meme yet?
It should be. Flex meme?
Shirt.
Yeah. So a good friend.
I'm sending you flex.
A flex?
I'm sending you.
All right, hold on.
Teamer's second hand is up Cookie Monster's ass. That's where it goes.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
By the way, we only really try to work with bald, bearded people. Gomes is an exception, but we might shave his head one day.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. Here. I'm going to name this Chopper Flex 1.
Oh, wait. I got Chopper Flex 3.
All right. Hold on. Here comes Chopper Flex 2.
This is the job we did for Bloomberg, Bloomberg Philanthropic, where we had to do a 20,000 pixel by 5,000 pixel or ish, 48 something high,
2,500 pixel tall.
Yeah, thing for Pano for some crazy presentation they were doing with LED wall.
So here, we'll just jump to this real quick so we can get the flexing out of the way before we go flex on Sesame Street. So here, let me Cookie Monster can take a nap for a second. And
isn't this the best way to spend a Friday night flexing with Cookie Monster?
This whole second screen thing, Scott convinced me to use my second screen for the thing, and I think I would have been totally screwed if I didn't.
What second screen?
I have that Asus USB-C monitor
here.
I'm using to share the screen. So here's Chopper Flex 1. Josh, you can talk about this because you managed this job.
So Phil, prior to us working with Gotham, Phil Holland had done a shoot with them, but he had his cameras.
Wait, Vince, do pixels matter in space? I don't think so.
He had his cameras sideways because he was trying to get a non-distorted wide 35 feel. We were going for the opposite because that was the deliverable, which was to get the widest image we could to stitch so that we could. Yes, Oreo on purpose there, Nar. Good eye for detail. So this is the K1 Hammerhead from Gotham Filmworks, Mike Eisler and Jose Montañez. We used 14 mil Sigmas, and they worked great. The only problem with this rig is we couldn't put in D on anything, and we didn't have the revolvers yet, so it wasn't ideal. It wasn't ideal, but that was the ask.
I'll go to Flex 2.
How'd you like
count.
those 14s?
Huh?
How'd you like those Sigma 14s?
Oh,
I mean, they were great for this.
they're beasts. They cover the entire Monstrose sensor.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here's another Flex, and then here's the
arm up.
Because Mike Eisler's in it.
Yeah. Ultimate Flex. But yeah, it was super fun. We went up in I took my daughter up in a helicopter for her first, she's 11. So this was 2 years ago. So she was 9 going on 10. And I took her up in the helicopter. We had enough budget to do a 2-hour scout to pick the location. So they had very specific things they wanted to look down on certain things. They wanted certain things over the city, and they had all these things that they wanted. So we had to fly around the whole, basically from New Jersey side and Port Newark all the way out to Rockaways and JFK and up to Queens and back through Shea Stadium. We had to do a couple passes to just be like, okay, we need this here. Great, that works there. So I was able to take her up in the helicopter for 2 hours to just fly around. It was a risk. It was a risk because as soon as we take off, if she's like, "Oh my God,"
you're screwed.
She's screwed because she's not getting out because we got work to do. But she loved it.
The cool thing about this rig was we had to solve for width, not height.
Right.
So we were already 4,320 pixels tall. So we already knew the height was covered. And then we just did the math. We were initially going to do 5 cameras because of overlap, lens choice, and their initial ask of like 35,000 pixels or something.
Yeah.
We just had to start doing 8K plus times X with overlap, reduction math for the amount of pixels we could get.
Well, we thought we were going to have to hang a torpedo rig or something off the bottom so we could go all the way around because it was the only way to get that many pixels.
But luckily
you both have kids, right?
Yeah.
I have one.
Yep.
We each have one.
Okay. Kid. Well, together you have kids. Yeah. So are your kids having any interest in this?
My kid.
Go ahead.
I was going to say my kid is, he's currently during this pandemic, hopefully be planning and practicing to be a professional esports gamer because that's all he's doing is playing video games all day after he does his homework with his friends. So maybe, the bonus out of this is he'll become a multimillionaire. I don't know. In which case I become a multimillionaire.
Right. Take care of dad.
But his friends, he and his friends, they want to edit their own highlight videos that, GeForce will capture, your last 30 seconds automatically for you, on your RTX card or whatever. So he'll save a bunch of headshots and, all sorts of stuff he's doing in whatever game he's playing. And him and his friends all use Resolve to edit. He's like, oh yeah, I learned how to use Resolve because it's free.
Right.
And then he said to me the other day, oh, I learned how to do this thing in After Effects. I was like,
what?
You opened After Effects? He's like, yeah, my friend showed me how to do whatever. So I was like, it's not something he's doing every day, but he's aware of the thing. Obviously, he comes on jobs with us. Like when we were doing the live concert stuff, he likes Clutch. We were doing Clutch in Nashville. I said, all right, come to the job. And I made him, he switched the show. You know what I mean?
So,
He
so the
was
creativity is flowing downward, but not necessarily in the same way. Like
I don't know.
like-
Yeah, I don't know what he'll end up doing, but he enjoys. You know, we made a computer from scratch, a gaming PC for Christmas. So I told him he had to go online and research all the pieces and the parts and whatever. I had never made a computer from scratch personally because I'm a Mac guy, and I use PCs and I can customize them, but I never did it from like BIOS up. And it was super interesting for me too, but mostly for him because he can fix his computer now when it doesn't work.
Sure.
Right. And now his friends call him, hey, I have this problem with my computer. How do I fix it?
Oh,
Yeah, I
I
mean-
feel bad for him now because now he's
So-
going to be tech support forever.
My
Josh,
kid,
what about your kid?
my kid.
And if you don't want to say anything, don't. I mean,
No. I'm just thinking. She. I'm not sure if she knows yet if she wants to, but she loves the process. She loves to come on jobs. She loves to be on set. She loves being around the people and the. I've never had any problems with her. I made it pretty clear with her up front. I said, if you come to work with me, you are there to hang out, observe, or help. I don't want to hear any crap. You can't be bugging me. I want to go back to the hotel or whatever. So we take our kids on travel jobs. We've taken our kids to New Orleans and San Francisco and LA and Nashville and whatever. And she's been great. She comes, and if she gets tired, she's like, I'm tired. I'm like, see that big road case over there? Take my sweatshirt and go find a place to sleep. And she's like, okay. And she does. You know, when we were growing up, like 9 to 11, our mom was in a jazz trio, and that was her job. And every night from Thursday to Sunday, they played 2 sets or 3 sets. And there was no babysitters. We didn't stay home by ourselves. We went to the club. We knew all the people, and
You'd fall asleep at the bar.
Sleep at the bar, or fall asleep next to the drums, or whatever. When you're tired, find a place, go to sleep. Mom's working, and you know, it's a good skill to learn how to be not only self-reliant but inventive in what you do with your time. And you know, yeah, I don't know what, you know, she's currently trying to, you know, run up the world's record of YouTube videos can watched in a single day. But other than that, I think she's interested in it. I just think at this age she's not really sure,
Yeah.
you know, where she wants to go, which is fine.
So I'm gonna jump to a van flex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our van flex. Because we were doing some spots for Lincoln for the launch of the Continental, and I'll show some other stuff from that. I have a spot from that I can scoot through, but we had to do on our shoot day. We were in Malibu, and it was raining in California for like 2 days.
Well, so back up. The campaign was to launch the Lincoln Continental with these sort of maker pieces. So we teamed up somebody who was responsible for the interior of the car with like somebody who makes
like this guy makes bikes.
You know, so we're talking about performance. So we have like a guy who makes custom bicycles. So we went to Detroit, and we shot for a couple of days doing sit-down interviews in a big hangar, which is where that shot came from.
That was with Mike Gomes, and the DP was also David Cruda.
Yeah, and so who has a photography salon with Gus Sachs on Facebook. That we did shoot anamorphic, but we did Scorpios because they're not super bendy and ovally and distorted. So when we had the same conversation about making sure everything looked appropriate as you pan over stuff, you're just getting the wide field of view and a little bit of sparkle, but not the full, like, you know, it's not Kawas or something gross that I love, but, you know, distorts. So we did that, and then we went to LA, and we went to Arizona, and then we went to North Carolina, and then home. So we did like a 2-week shoot. We just went out and stayed out and did a whole run.
So here I'm gonna play
doc style.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna play.
We did post on these and color and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna play. This is 3 minutes. We don't have to watch the whole thing because there's no audio, although we can just talk over it.
Yeah, just talk over it.
This is the long version. So this is why I was showing. Let me just go back to this to talk about it. When you see the running bike stuff from the guy, going down the road in Malibu, I flew back out there because we did the stuff in the guy's bike shop, which you'll see on the kind of like crappy day because we were in his shop. And then that's on the Scorpios. But when we went back out, I flew back out to LA to do like a 3-day thing to do
Pickups.
To get him on the road. We got Kawas because I just wanted that stuff to be like super anamorphic and just look really cool.
And there was no product in those shots.
And there's no product, so it was like we're already anamorphic, so fuck it, right? And so we got hooked up with a great DP and Movi team led by Dave Anglin out of LA, and he brought his dudes, and we were like, I said, I don't have a lot of money. We got to do this follow stuff. He's like, I got my guys. We got the ready wig. We're gonna flex out the van. We're good. Side door, back door. We hired a professional driver. One of his guys was like, I'm like a professional driver. And that dude was ripping this minivan down these things because we realized we had to retune the movie after the first take because the guy's going like this in the back seat trying to follow and the motors are going, against the torque. But yeah, these guys were great. Here's the piece.
Did you shut down the road?
This is in the, we didn't. Well, I'll tell you what we did, but this is in the room that we sent the pictures from, right? Where we're sitting in those seats, car stuff. So this is what we shot,
on the pickup.
Actually, hold on. I'm going to back up for a second.
Yeah.
See this glare on the filter? This is a glare bouncing between the lens and the filter. I had the bright tangerine,
Misfit.
what's it called? Misfit, the super light clip-on one,
rubbery one. Yeah,
the rubbery one. And I took the rubber off because I wanted the flares. I just wanted ND, and the first version had this in profile had this chamfered kind of cutout on the side, right? And we're shooting and we're doing a thing, and I'm like, fuck, where's that coming from? And then I look and I'm like, ugh, the light is like the sun is literally hitting
right at the right angle,
right between the filter and the matte box in this little hole that's made by the matte box. And I was like, so whatever, we did it. Doesn't matter. It's creative. This is luckily can be like cool, funky, creative. Later that, I think it was like a few months later, it was NAB, and I went to the Bright Tangerine booth, and I said to I think it was Tim Tan.
Tim Tan, yep.
And I went up to him and I go, hey, I want to tell you of a problem I have. And I explained it to him, and he goes, interesting. I said, you don't need that cutout there. What's it there for? And he's like, well, we thought if you were in the Arctic or like in a super cold place with gloves, you'd need to grab the filter. And I was like, no. All you got to do is just pinch it and tip it, and it comes out. Exactly. You've got to get rid of it. Here's the problem. He goes, okay, here's what I'm going to do. And this is why they're a great company. I get it. We're going to fix it. I am going to go back after NAB. I'm going to send you a CAD model of it. When you approve it and tell me it's the way you want it to be, we will start those into production when we have the next cycle, and we will cycle out all the old ones, and that'll be the new one. And that's the one you buy now. Has no hole on the side. Cause I went to him, not tooting my own horn, but more them as a company taking people's, feedback and going, yes, we should do that.
That is something great about that company and a lot of other companies, but people that listen, they get it. They really get it.
Yeah. And so here, I'll back up. So this is
Vincent says you have a tick.
I get no respect, I tell you. I get no respect. No respect.
Not flummoxed. I'm talking. Also, my shirt just gets loose. Yeah, so this is lean, movie. We had wheels in the van, inside the van to operate the camera. Total ND flex, Ivan.
That's pretty.
Yeah, beautiful shots. This was, our interior shoot. Obviously, in the guy's shop, little movie moves. I mean, there was so much rain in LA that year that it looks like Malibu looks like Vietnam. You know what I mean? Like those hills are.
Oh, is that when that was all closed?
Yeah. Oh, so the way we closed the road is we had an AD down at the bottom of the road. He can't. We didn't have a permit to stop traffic, but we were so far up the road that we just had him calling us to say, hey, there's cars coming, just like
Gotcha.
pull over. So we had safety. We had safety. Sadly, we didn't get to shoot this running car footage. They provided it to us. I mean, we could have, but they already had it.
Shot car footage.
What?
We shot car footage, but they wanted it to be in
Detroit.
They wanted it to be green, and we were shooting in Detroit in February, so it wasn't going to be green.
Yeah.
Movie magic. Fix it in post.
Movie magic. Use
So
shots when it's green.
You can see the difference between the Kawas like this. You can see how squashy and gross the background is. Is my shot in this one? So we had the handle shot.
I don't remember which one that's in.
That handle is dope. The way it melds into the thing, and you got to get your hand in there. I don't know if we ended up using it in the cut. So he's talking about the aerodynamic and the sculpted nature of the car, while Spencer's talking about the bike. And this shot. So this shot is one that as a director or a filmmaker, when you get presented a problem or a script or boards or something, sometimes you have an idea that you see it, like you see it very clearly in your head and you want to execute it. And I saw this handle and we had the dolly, and I was like, the only thing we need to do is start here and then just boom up and just, kick over. And we just got to orbit the handle. And you can see the camera in the handle. Like it's the map box camera. I think that's Cruda right there. That's his face. Operating it. There's, I don't know who that is. I think that was our gaffer. But it's so rewarding when you can see an idea in your head and then actually pull it off exactly the way you see it. So this was a super
three-part series. Yeah, we did a 3-part series for them.
And see, I have some other pictures here. This is from that. This is from that thing, Josh. You can talk about this.
What is it? This is from Sedona. We were shooting with this woman up in Sedona.
She designed the spa.
Yeah, she's a spa designer. And this was like our deacons. This was we were just driving around trying to find some places to shoot with her. And we were driving, we saw this and we were like, park the car, get out, go over here now, stand here, don't move, everybody back,
And we did all these beautiful, like just portrait orbit shots of her, like just getting blasted by this beautiful light. It was like pure magic. We're just like, yes.
It was a little Ivan Egerton, Mark Toya aping.
Yeah.
Close up, wide, close.
Yeah, anamorphic. Dude, don't even start, Vince. I'll do this by the time I'm done talking.
Vince doesn't know, but I already peed my pants twice.
Yeah.
I have jokingly said I'm going to get one of those trucker buddies, the little cup. I thought, how do I mute that?
Oh, here's just for fun. I'm just going to stay on the flex zone here.
Yeah, go for it, man. Super. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a flex.
That was from Sundance when we built the rig for for Turdek rather, and we had that. But I have the bigger flex for that. Hold on.
It's Dragon too, so it's a solid flex too.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. Pyramid of death.
Yeah. Pyramid
Vince,
of
only
drag.
once, never again.
Yeah.
That was for this rig here.
That was the big shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, for Pixvana, another modified version of our rig that we just kept fixing each time. But yeah, it was Red helped us out with that on a bunch of cameras, and it was great to get back to our Airbnb and just be like, how many do we have? Oh, hold on a second. And I was just like, I think they were doing something, and they came back, and I was like, look, and they're like, yes, we approve.
Now take them down immediately before they fall.
Right? No, yeah.
Since they're all owners.
Tim,
Hey,
what was
we
that movie?
We have insurance.
You ain't cool unless you pee your pants. That was
yeah.
I can see the scene.
And this was this was super cool to, as my brother Josh and I said, we're like, we're very privileged to be friends with Scott and learn from him. It was great to work with him on this thing. I don't think I have another shot.
No flex, Ben Adams. Shh.
What did Ben say?
Can't flex that.
Can't flex what?
Manifold.
We cannot flex manifold. That was an NDA.
That would be the ultimate flex. You would all flex to death.
It's just a group. No.
Yeah.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
I don't think I have any more. I think I'm all flexed out. Although this is a side flex. We got again through the sort of Red community, got to be friends with Marcos Cavalaria, who is just an amazing and generous human being, and he is my Brazilian brother. And he called me up one day and said, "Hey, I'm in town. I got to shoot this thing with Adriana Lima. You want to come hang out and help me? I need a wireless follow focus." I was like, "Yeah." I said, "Do you want me to just lend it to you, or do you have a budget?" And he's like, "No, I have a budget, and it was, small but reasonable." I said, "Cool." I went and bought the DJI Focus because the rental was like half the cost, and I was like, "Okay, now I'll just buy that and bring it." And then so we hung out for the day. I brought Mike with me because he's a way better focus puller than I am, and so we just hung out for the day, helping out Marcos and hanging out with Adriana Lima, who is I sat down next to her and started talking to her, and that's Marcos there, and I had my A7S with a 35 mil 1.4 Voigtlander on it, and we started talking about cameras, and she's like the sweetest person, albeit incredibly she is the most beautiful person, man, woman or beast that I've ever seen in person in my life. It's just like she clearly, luckily found her calling and doesn't work in a mall doing makeup, but actually gets paid to look amazing and do her thing because that is her superpower. And much like Sesame Street, which we'll get to, when you see her on camera, you see her in real life and you see her on screen, and you're like, wow, she's a beautiful woman. And then when you see how the camera reacts to her face, you're like, how does more happen through a lens? More is happening. I don't even know what more it is, but more is happening, and it's incredible. So it was great to watch. I mean, and Marcos is a great fashion photographer and fashion film DP director, and it was great to watch him work. So we were talking about, she was talking about she wanted a camera. What is that camera? Like, I said, oh, here, let me show you. This is, you can do, she was like, I can't get my phone to do X. I want to do the portrait mode. So I was showing her on her phone and on my phone. I said, here's what the regular thing looks like. And then I yanked out my A7S and just, blam. And that's literally like 20 seconds apart.
Huh.
So she looked at me and I took a picture, peed my pants. And then I said, hold on, let me take on with the A7S. And I went,
Exactly, Tim.
like this, bang. And I mean, that's the magic, right? So you see magic
that's a good
here,
shot.
right? This
Yep.
is magic. But and this has nothing to do with me. I literally just pointed a lens at her and blew all her photons into my sensor. I mean, her eyeballs are like, she should insure them. I mean, as a national treasure. I mean, that's no cleanup. That's nothing. That's right out of the camera, just like pure laser beams of insane, intensity coming out of her face. And by the way, Josh, I think you were thinking of what I was thinking of. There is a band called Scissor Fight from New Hampshire that has a song called "It Ain't Rock Till You Piss You Pants."
Yes.
Not your pants, you pants. It's a great song. It ain't rock till you piss you pants.
I will take that over Billy Madison.
Yes.
That couch photo would be a great 3D photo.
Oh yeah,
There's so many layers in there. That's nice.
dude, Vince, I think Jason Diamond is smitten. Are you fucking kidding me? She said, move to Brazil with me and leave your entire life behind. None of you would know me anymore. Sorry to say. I would call my son and say, I love you, but I can't be with you anymore because I'm with Adriana Lima. And as he got older and reached puberty, he would understand.
He would completely get it.
So it's true though. Bob is an incredibly handsome guy. Bob and Joe Simon are like
Joe characters.
G.I. Joe action figures.
That's Joe before he went gray.
Right.
Before he became Silver Fox. When he had the brown beard, he looked like Kung Fu Grip.
Joe was kind of sports
Yeah,
guy, but now they're both like Bob and Joe could sell tuxedos to anybody.
Yeah, right.
It's true. It's true. I'm not afraid to say a man is very handsome.
Plus that beautiful
Vince,
hair.
You are correct, Vince. Josh, we're going to talk about Sesame and
Oh yeah,
Sesame. Let's totally take it out of puberty and go right to before puberty.
yeah, exactly.
So our good friend Jesse Averna, who is now
Omar
in LA editing animated features for DreamWorks, called us up one day and was like, "Hey,
I'm gonna close my windows here.
I've been working at Sesame Street for a while, and I've been working at Sesame Street for a while, and they're looking for some new production partners. They're trying to, up their game. I've been selling them on you guys and Red and whatever. So, they might have this thing for you." So we came over there in New York to their production offices, and we talked to them about doing this takeoff on Carly Rae Jepsen's "Call Me Maybe," except it was about cookies. It was Cookie Monster. Yes. So we got Teamer, and we shot this super fun piece with Cookie, and thought that would be it. And we were like, "Oh man, it was super awesome to work with Sesame Street." And then they were like, "Oh hey, we have this other thing. You guys were great. Oh yeah, we have this other thing." So 7 years later, they've been a steady client of ours. Amazing people to work with. Also feels nice to do something that feels like you're giving back to some degree. Right. And most of the stuff we did for them was internet only, YouTube, straight to DVD stuff. We would do some small Elmo segments for the show, like Mr. Noodle and Elmo's World stuff. But in 2018, we made the jump to the broadcast show, and we produced a hour-long special that kicked off season 48 for HBO, because HBO now funds Sesame Street. And that was full union shoot, 110 people per day out in the wilds of New York, shooting all over the city with puppets and trailers and, what have you, with our great DP, Greg DiDomenico. And we were lucky enough to get nominated and win a Primetime Emmy.
You mean like this?
Yeah, like that. Win a Primetime Emmy for making that show. So, sometimes shit happens even when you're just working. Yeah.
Big Bird, Elmo, Abby, Rosita.
I don't know if we're supposed to show those.
All right.
Anyway, yeah, it's they're amazing to work with. They're super great people.
We also did a fun Stranger Things takeoff with the kids in their Ghostbuster thing, and that is a temp key just on their insert stage, just so we could block everything for the visual effects while so we had split. Sorry, I'm eating some peanut M&Ms to keep my energy up like a runner.
No food, no peeing.
That's fine.
3 hours, 15 minutes.
I have no problem with that.
I haven't peed yet.
I've gone 3 times, and it's like super clear and
Jason's
like
I've got no stress, nothing.
Well hydrated.
I'm well hydrated. My pee is very clear.
Yep.
There's not yellow. It's no toxins. But the this is fun, and I think other than the Muppet movies, the 2 that they made, I think we're the only ones who shoot higher than 1080 for them. They've moved into 4K, and we do generally 6 or 8K for them. Sugar Crash, never. It's a peanut M&M, bro. Vince, do you even know me? What is your deal, dude? Yeah, so that was Sesame. And it's been like a 7 or 8 year relationship with them, so to diminish that.
They don't like a lot of BTS out in the world.
Yeah.
They want to bust the magic for the kids.
Yeah, but I will say, and it started on that Carly Rae Jepsen thing, or the what's it called? Parody. We had not worked with the puppets before, so there was a learning curve on our side about, the puppeteers are incredible at what they do, especially, all of them. Matt Vogel, who plays
Big Bird,
right? Yeah, who plays Big Bird? Vogel, right?
Yeah, Vogel.
Yeah. He does Big Bird and the Count and a couple other puppets. He's a puppet captain. He took over for Carol Spinney on Big Bird, and I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people know this, but he's Big Bird he moves one arm, right? Like it's kind of one arm's like stuck to his body. One arm moves, so he's standing in there. He's wearing the suit. He has a monitor around his neck that's wireless, and he's looking down at the monitor, which is reversed for him, right? Because he's getting a camera feed. So he has one active hand. His other hand is up in Big Bird's face, making the mouth move, and a finger on a hook to make the eyes blink.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And he has to walk. And that's why those early videos of Carol Spinney doing that on roller skates is like mind blowing. But we did a promo for PBS for them that Teamer also shot. That was one of the actions was Big Bird throwing a frisbee, which was an edible frisbee, for Cookie to catch and eat. And we're like, how is this going to work? David Rudman, who does Cookie, obviously is like this, right? And, a lot of those puppets are two people. So Cookie is one hand here for the mouth and one hand for an arm. And then there's another guy for the other arm sitting backwards. So when you see Cookie Monster doing this with his hands, that's two different people doing that with their hands, right? So it's pure magic to watch them do that. And much like what I was trying to equate to Adriana Lima is you see the puppeteers, you look at it's all in there. It's just, it comes around. It's like a neural net. You see the puppeteer doing their thing, right? Like the magic is gone. Right. You see the mechanics, you see how the sausage is made. They're doing their thing, blah, blah, blah. You see it. It's awesome. It's not diminished in terms of accomplishment, but then you turn and you look at the monitor and you go, holy shit, it's fucking Cookie Monster, right? And your eyes you can see both at the same time, and you can see the puppet being operated and you can see the monitor, and your brain goes, I don't give a fuck what your other eye is seeing. That's fucking Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Like the wall does not break.
I brought my daughter to Greenpoint. Was it Fort Greene Park? One of the days we were doing the special, and Leslie, who does Abby, who's great, was super kind enough to do like a Abby for my kid, who was about eye height with the puppet, and she can clearly see Leslie standing there with a puppet on her hand, but she's looking at the puppet, like she's kind of looking at me and she's looking at the puppet. She can see Leslie, but it's still like, that's Abby, right in front of me. It's interesting how your brain does that.
I'm gonna go into some of the. Oh, hold on. Good job, Vince.
Good job. Yeah,
I like your math. So I'm gonna move into some stuff that we do sometimes, because I wouldn't call us DPs, but we have the ability to operate a camera and, compose images. So this was a job we did with a friend of ours for BBVA Bank. We did a bunch of spots with Kawhi Leonard, Chandler Parsons,
Kevin Durant.
What?
Kevin Durant,
James
Harden,
and a soccer guy who I don't know, but who he is. But this was in
Houston, right?
Houston, and we were doing a soccer game, and our DP Greg was on the other side of the field with longer lens. He had what did he have? I forget. We were trying to get 250 to 1000s. We couldn't. I think he might have had. It's a total epic hat, Vince. You gotta protect the dome in that full sunlight. We needed the jackets for so wouldn't whatever. So that's Ryan Booth. And we're friends. And I called him up and I was like, hey, dude, I don't know if you've ever done this, but like come out and be the second camera DP, and let's switch off, like basically like being Tom Guillemette, follow a soccer game while it's happening, and just like try to be one of those dudes. It's for a commercial, so we don't have to we just have to get good stuff. Yeah. We have the 45 to 250, so we couldn't get more than halfway down the field really. Which sucks because the 50 to 1000 would have been beast, get you all the way to the other end of the. That's true. I'd like to be invisible, Vince. Just kind of like, Ryan's a beast. He's awesome. He was still living in Houston at the time. It's before he moved to New York. Him and Micah, and. So I said, just come out. He's like, yeah, that sounds super fun. So he came out. I he operated the first half, and I pulled focus for him like on the barrel. I'm not in the barrel, but we didn't have wireless, so like we had two monitors. He's looking at one, I'm looking at composition. He's looking at focus, and he's just like, he doesn't know where I'm going because I'm just trying to follow the game, or vice versa. I didn't know where he was going, and I just have to be like, ah! It was super
Fun game
and super fun. So we spent the day doing that. And that was really fun.
Where's Austria?
That's what I'm getting to. So we did a piece with the VR company. We did a piece for the Olympics for Intel and
Winter Olympics. 2018.
2018?
Yeah.
Yeah. November 2018. So we got the call. The VR part was already going, and I wasn't going on that part because they had a team in Europe already that the director wanted to work with. And so this was just my and Josh and our other two partners' VR company's job. Our partner Doug was handling it, so I wasn't a part of it. We were obviously discussing it, but it was handled. There was a director assigned, and it was all systems go in Europe. They did a bunch of other stuff, but this specific piece was in Austria and South Korea. I didn't get to go to South Korea, unfortunately, but I did go to Austria. And so at like a week before the job was, Doug called me and said, hey, they want a flat component to the piece for multiple reasons. Come, like, you're the DP, like, come do it, bring who you need to bring. I brought my friend Charlie Anderson, who is a great DP. Also has he was an operator and also the fill-in DP on FBI, the Dick Wolf show, and he's been the DIT on Maisel and a bunch of stuff. He's a great dude, great hang, and also has a solid VR background. So it was like, perfect guy. He can also operate. He can pull focus. So it was like he and I were a great team. He also didn't mind sitting in his hotel room after the shoot and offloading footage and managing it because it's like part of his internal ecosystem. And so this was also much like the job that Josh was talking about for Bloomberg with the 3 Reds. This was for Intel was this crazy. It wasn't bent, but it was this crazy. I forget how wide it was, but it was like 70 feet wide by like 10-foot tall or 20-foot tall LED strip.
Oh,
so
yeah, presentation
for the Intel's like presentation at CES, I think it was. And so to fill that screen, it was determined that
why don't you hop off pictures right now if you're
doing you can jump off this if you want, Scott. Okay. You know it, Mark. Because it needed to be that pixel count, and we were already doing VR content for other stuff for that job, that it was determined that taking the equator of the VR stitch of like a 12K stitch was, or even an 8K stitch, was enough pixels to fill that strip properly, even though the ends are technically, even though it's technically a sphere unwrapped. Yeah. Your brain doesn't see things leaving one side and coming in the other. So it actually was awesome. Like, it looked so super cool, but we needed some flat content to intersperse into, you could fit, I think, 4 1080 or 4, I think, forget what the pixel count was, but 4 16:9 frames or anamorphic frames in that thing. So I was like, awesome. So me and Charlie, we brought, I brought like 4, because everything had to fit in a backpack, 2 backpacks, because we were going up on Konnertal, which is the glacier for skiing and snowboarding and whatever. And they initially told us we were going to have to ski in and ski out. So, or snowboard in and snowboard out. So we had to fit everything into backpacks, no Pelicans. Of course, we got there and everyone had Pelicans, and it turned out to be fine, but it's fine. So we had gotten our helium. Upgraded to a Monstro just before that, Stormtrooper, and I got it back a week before we left. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to, like, I haven't even had a time to test it, play with it, anything. I'm just going to bring it. And that's the only camera I'm bringing, and we're just going to make it work. So I brought a bunch of our Leica Rs because we needed to be light, and those lenses are bananas. And I brought a 24.5 mil anamorphic Elite S6,
which weighs like 400 pounds.
It's pretty heavy, but it actually is. It's short. It's it's like this short. It has a big square matte box, so there's no
like 12. It's like a 12 mil.
It's 12 wide, 12.25 wide, and 24 tall. So, here I have some pictures. So it was awesome to get to, like, you know, be a DP. Here's my build of the with Leica. So it's a super small build as well, which is using the latitude from RT Motion to have everything super, and we only needed focus. So just the motor, camera control. Charlie on the handset could stop and start and change settings if he needed to, especially because I was wearing gloves on the ice. Nice big battery, which I don't normally like a battery that big, but
That's a
big
battery.
we had to get the battery. We didn't fly with any batteries. I think I brought one. So they were like, yeah, this is what we have. And we're like, all right, fine. I just won't have to change it, you know? And it's fine because the camera weighs nothing without that battery. So it was just like, fuck it. That was the build. And I have a bunch of pictures for this. This was my, I used this to stabilize the camera at some point. Just kind of put my teeth on it. It's not entirely true.
No, it's 3-point stabilization.
Not entirely true, but you know, we do what we can. And before I get into the pictures, the other pictures, so whoops, I have that one already. So yeah, I was really excited to, like, much like I said about going to do a director job and not be the production company or the producer or anything, and just say, here's my ideas, let's do it. The same thing for being a DP was like being able to say to the director, what do you want? Like, it's on you, buddy. Like, I'm going to be creative. We're going to collaborate, but, like, give me your ideas. Which was an because neither of us are normally in that position. And so it was exciting to do that. We went up and scouted the mountain. I think I have a picture of this was the one we literally had that's the anamorphic.
It's a pretty fat lens.
Yeah, it's big. And it looks like, hold on. It looks like this when you don't crop it. It's because the Monstro it's not a full frame. Thanks, Zach or Zachary. I don't know if you like abbreviations of your name, but I'll be that presumptuous. It just looked awesome. Like, it had this automatic, like, framing. So this was some footage we were getting. We got caught in a blizzard up on the mountain during our scout. You couldn't see anything. We almost got stuck at the top. Even the guy who lived there, that was our driver, was like, I don't know if I can drive down. And we're like, wait, you know these roads without like, you could drive them closing your eyes. He's like, yeah, I don't know if we're going to make it down. And to the point that when we left, the poles, there's no guardrail on the road that snakes down the glacier. There's just poles in the thing with reflective tape on it, but the snow was covering this reflective tape. I don't know why it didn't go up, 8 feet, but it only went up like 4 feet. And the roads were like getting blown and pretty high to the point where, and it was like we were in like a station wagon. Like it wasn't even like a 4x4. So we'd take a turn and you'd feel the car go and slide. And at some point he stopped. He made a call in Austrian. I didn't know what he said. And his buddy, 20 minutes later, came flying up the mountain and like stopped. Hey man, what's up? And brought chains for our tires. And then the guy like turned, like got back in his car and like took off. Like later, we're like, okay. It took us like 2.5 hours to get down the mountain. But this is a shot that we were able to get on the scout night. And this is how we were, frozen beard and goggles. And I forget who had this orange bag, but we found it in somebody's thing, and I just like put the camera in it. And then I got to have at least a DP director style like pointing picture, because you have to have a pointing picture. The director kind of looks like Joe Simon. He's like a Spanish Joe Simon a little bit. And I think Scott, you were on the Zoom call, one of the Tuesday Zoom calls, when Phil was talking about something about I don't know, it was like a cemetery or something near one of the shoots they were doing.
Yes,
and this is what I was talking about. So at the bottom of this ski jump,
Iceland, yeah.
Yeah. So this here, oh, it's too small. But when you stand at the top of the ski jump to go, that's the cemetery for the town. You literally stare at the cemetery while you're going to go down and jump. So it was just like, well, whoever thought of that is kind of a sadist, but like, okay. And this thing is massive. This bowl right here is like, if you stand at the bottom of it, it's like super tall, because when they land, they have to land and then slow down going up the other side. Oh, excellent.
Praise be under his eye.
Yeah. So here,
I died. You can use that for my post-COVID picture.
Yeah. So here I'm
There we
gonna.
go. Yeah, Vince sent that to me, so I need to.
Yeah.
This is here's Charlie. Here's Charlie at the top of the mountain during our scout.
I kind of dig that lens too. I see what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
like that.
Yeah, it's super dope. Like I put it up when we got there, and I was like, yes. But it was the only anamorphic we had. The rest were all spherical. But here, let me go to here. Let me show all this. I'm gonna open up all the Olympics, the ski ones together. So these are actual shots that we did. So this is anamorphic, obviously. This is not spherical, just of the guy getting ready to go down the thing. Same. Monstro. And
close up of the guy's helmet and the train.
I have that. You'll see. So this is at the bottom, getting the guy jumping, and then this is on 100, punched into 2K for 240, and so this is what we see. He was a little smaller than this to your eye, but you can't see the ski jump behind him, so you don't know when he's coming off. Like, it's not like you can track him and then go, okay, I see him and I got him. You have to just wait for someone to say in your ear, all right, he left, and then go. And so on this one, yeah, on this one, like I have a white sky where I think he's going to be. And then I have to use my, just on the screen, I'm not using a viewfinder. And then I have to wait for him to come off and then go, and then like try to catch him and then hold him, which I did, I was very pleased with myself.
It's like shooting skeet, honestly.
Yeah. and then we turn around and this is the dude walking up, and this was the cloud cover that had rolled in. Wow. And it was just this beautiful
over the cemetery.
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, we're higher than the cemetery, you know, because of the elevation. But yeah, so that was that section. Then we did this. What's this one? Yeah, I don't need that. So then we did these ones with these hockey players, female hockey team.
Go ahead.
And just, you know, these, you know, the Austrian women's hockey team, and they're just amazing. This girl just like screaming. They had like a huddle and screaming, and then you know, puck in the back of the net from. They wouldn't let me be near the net. I was like, look, just put me behind the net, and I'll just like duck, and I'll just like, you know, if I get hit with the puck, fine. They're like, no. Charlie was like, no, you're not doing that.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
And I was like, it'll be fine. You have a helmet. They're like, we'll give you a helmet. And I was like, I'll wear the helmet. And he was just like, dude, if you get hit in the knee with that puck, you're fucked. I was like, all right, fine. So we went back and punched in and got this nice side puck shot. I didn't bring up the picture, but so we were doing VR stuff here too. And we had we hired this guy who does a lot of Red Bull stuff for there's a lot of Red Bull stuff in Austria, and because which is where Red Bull's headquartered. And he had a free fly Taro car, and he took the time, because we drove it on the ice, on the hockey ice. He took the time to screw machine screws into each knob tread to make them ice tires to get grip. And he counterbalanced the Movi, an M10, with a weight and a pole to get a Kandau Obsidian R on 8-camera VR rig, you know, VR like encapsulated camera on the Movi. And we started the Movi at their face-off, and then said, okay, face-off, and then go to that goal. And the dude just like looked up and just looked over what's up, Sebastian? The guy just looked up over the edge of the thing and peeked up and just went and just jacked the Taro and followed the girls in their face off and their thing. And it was the most unbelievable thing. And we're watching it on an iPad, like with a live preview, just like, oh my God, like it just looked so super cool. And then especially when you chop the middle out of it and you have that on that big screen, it just looked amazing. And the VR DP on that was Christian Dominguez Ryan Loring, who's an amazing VR DP and crazy person from Spain, from Madrid. He's awesome. He's a Spanish.
My favorite shot.
He's a Spanish brother. So then we did. Hold on, I'm going to take that last.
I'm falling asleep.
So then we did snowboarding on the mountain, and got these amazing portraits of these guys on the mountain. And then that's me laying on the ground with I think I had
awesome.
I think I had a 50, and I couldn't find that shot, but this is me with the whole valley down here filled in with fog. Because we're at 9,000 feet or so. It was really hard to breathe, especially for a out of shape asshole like me. And hold on, what's this one?
No, what you got, Jack?
This was me lugging the camera around and looking really tired, even though I had no right to be tired. And then we did these.
Has everyone tuned out yet, Scott?
No, you still got about 32 people.
Oh,
nice.
Lucky us.
This is my favorite. These were my favorite shots. So we went at night. The end of the day, the next day, we went at night to these These are ungraded. They're just balanced out of Red Cine X. For this is the 19 Leica at 7K at Monstra.
That's pretty.
So it's like the sled. That's one of my favorites. That's
That's very nice.
That's the 35. And this is the girl, and
Yeah.
she was fucking amazing. All the kids, like we just showed up. They were already doing your thing. Charlie grabbed the monitor and with a battery on it and the wireless, and he's like off in the corner. He's like off like to the right here, back in the corner. And I'm like, Charlie, just go with it. And because I don't know what these kids are gonna do. This girl never looked at me at once. And I walked up right in her face. And I'm doing this. No gaze. She's getting ready to go down the sled there. And I backed up. And I'm just holding that little, same build, like tiny build. I'm holding it. And she ran by me and she shoulder checked me out of the way. She just ran right into me and was like, get the fuck out of my way. And I was like, yes. It's like, it was just so amazing. Their focus was amazing. This was,
speaking of focus, you got a perfect focus on her eye.
yeah. Oh, that's all Charlie.
Yeah.
I was just, I'm sort of dipping, I'm doing what I can. Like I'm dancing it a little bit, but he's on the ball. So this one, and then this one. There was another one. Did I have it? I thought I grabbed it. I didn't. But anyway, we got so much great stuff here. This one too. I love this guy's eyes. Like he's just like
focus.
Everybody get fucked. I'm about to rip this thing apart. So that was really something super special that I was really personally proud of, because I don't get to shoot that much and we don't get to shoot, as DPs that much. And, because we don't, I'm not always that confident. I feel like I take a lot of pictures, it's still, I have still camera and all that stuff. And I feel like I have a good handle on composition, exposure, and what I want. But, I don't do every day what, Teamer, Ivan, Mark, Vince, do as DPs. Joe Simon, Gomes, they're thinking as DPs all day, every day. I don't. And Josh doesn't necessarily. So it's just like, it's nice to flex that muscle and exercise it and feel confident with what ends up coming out. So Josh, I don't know if you want to jump in here and talk about anything. I have some cool another VR thing.
What do you have?
We went to Camp Woodward.
Right.
To do a thing for Woodward.
I wasn't on that job either.
Yeah. I actually got to take my kid on this. You can go to the full screen. We did a VR piece for John for Camp Woodward. And we had
Mike Gomes.
Yeah, another Mike Gomes sighting. Charlie was on this too. Charlie's over right here.
Is that Pablo?
That is Pablo, one of our great sound guys. We have a let me see if I can zoom in here. We have a ambisonic mic somewhere over here.
That's a jaunt with all the ribs,
all the fins. Yeah, it's with the heat sinks off. And Pablo's starting the jaunt. So we did this because I was directing this. I wanted a camera position like that you couldn't get, a place you could be to see Jamie Bestwick, do this. He's way up here and do like a tail whip, and something else Joe Simon probably knows better than I do, up over the bar. And it was a great shot. Came out really good. And I also got to bring my kid on this. He was skateboarding a lot at the time. And so like they were really gracious and allowed him to come. And he I brought a skateboard for him, and they gave him knee pads and a helmet and said, go have the run of the park. And it was awesome. He had a great time. And I would meet up with him. I think he was like 10 at the time. I would meet up with him throughout the day, and he'd eat with us, obviously, but I'd poke in, oh, what about this? What about that? That was just a fun gig to hang out. Josh and I grew up as skateboarders. So if this was around when I was a teenager, we were teenagers, I would have shit my pants.
Right.
It's like a X Games camp.
Yeah. What any other questions there, Scott?
Well,
People bored
I've
yet?
got a couple questions, but if anybody has any questions, they're feeling like they're winding down. Josh's needs to be wound back up.
Yeah,
put them in the comment section. We'll try to get to them. I have a question. How do you approach budgeting with clients and such?
Well, a couple ways. The best way to budget a job from a starting point is to get your client to tell you how much money they have. So, the two important things when you're budgeting are you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot, and you don't want to screw your clients, because most clients are savvy enough to know if they're getting screwed. So you want to find that sweet spot, because again, as we said, you want repeat customers. So the best thing, if you can, oh, hey, you want us to shoot a mayonnaise commercial? Sounds great. Do you have a number that you're looking to hit? And let's see if we can back into it. Again, you want to be transparent and whatever.
Right.
Yeah. If somebody tells you they have $200,000 for a commercial and you realize you can do it for 100, then yeah, sure. You could tell them it costs 200 because that's what they're already willing to spend. Very rarely do you end up with that kind of gap, but you understand my process.
Absolutely.
And then from there, learned a great technique from our friend Doug, who we directed for a bunch. Never look at the top sheet. Just go through and do what makes sense. Fair rates, fair days, fair quotes, get a good sense of everything you're doing. And then look at your number. And you might be surprised and find out that you're solid and everyone's getting well paid and well covered, and you might still be under, or you might be like, holy shit, we're like $50,000 over budget. Where'd we go wrong? And it could be two things. Either your rates are too high and you too many days for people, and it's just not that kind of job, or what the client wants isn't feasible for the money they want to spend. And then it's up to you to decide, do you want to put yourself in the situation where you're going to try it and maybe screw yourself and lose money? Or is this a client you want to develop a relationship with, and so you're willing to even tell them up front, hey, we can't do all of this, but we're going to get 90% of the way there because we want to establish a relationship with you. We want to get more work. And so let's, you never want to do the dangle the carrot on the stick, because that very rarely follows. Right. But there's ways to do it. Obviously, owning your own gear gives you a good loss leader. If you really want to do the job, instead of charging full rate for your camera, you could charge 50% rate or throw your camera in for nothing. It's your camera, right? And hopefully, if you're good at what you do, you've paid off most of your gear. So at that point, it's pure profit.
Well, piggyback that gear comment there. What do you look at when you're buying gear? Obviously, you guys own a lot of gear, but not necessarily every piece. Yeah. What do you look for when you're buying gear to make it worthwhile? And that kind
a lot of times, especially if we're doing, like we did a travel job for Fila, the sneaker company, where we did a doc series. Teamer Savan was the DP on that, where we were going to be out for like 2 weeks. And we're going to need a small lighting kit. And we realized that we didn't want to have to pick up gear in every city. It was just going to be a pain. Some places we were driving, some places we were flying. So we figured out that we could build ourselves a small lighting kit that could travel, that wasn't cumbersome, that was going to cost us like, I don't know, like $8,000. And we realized that our G&E budget was like almost 75% of that for rentals for this shoot. So at that point, you might as well buy it and rent it back to yourself and pay off 75% of it so that you're going to own it eventually, like in a very short period of time. So that, again, to my point, I need to do this job. I have, you know, I don't have enough money to call like our A1 gaffer top dude who's got a 10-ton and we're going to, you know, dive in deep on this thing. But I'm going to, you know, maybe on this one, the DP is going to also be the gaffer because it's a small interview or it's whatever, you know, it makes you a little more limber. Same thing with our, like our primes that we own. I mean, I would shoot everything on them. They look fantastic, but sometimes you want variety and you want to change it up. But we own glass that is super versatile, so we can, and it's light, so it can go on a Movi or you know, you can still put it on a Techno if you want. Doesn't matter. But it looks good, and it was cost effective for us at the time when we bought them. And now, as an investment, they probably doubled in value.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you guys go about finding new clients and new projects?
The eternal question.
Well, it's a question everybody's got to ask.
You know, we went down the trying to get repped route. Again, we sort of got stuck in this. Well, you don't have enough of a. We can't sell you as this kind of director. You know, you're not the.
Yay, Cameron!
Hold on, Cameron!
Yeah, Cam.
Shout out to the big man.
Yep.
Trying to.
Happy birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday!
Yep.
He's trying to stay positive, and he's doing a killer job.
Hospital, bro.
Yep.
Yeah. He's hopefully heading out of the hospital maybe by this weekend, and on the mend. Sending all our love.
Yeah, man.
But I was saying about you know, getting repped. Unless you're going to get up into like the, you know, Ryan Booth and above where you're getting big commercials and whatever, it's kind of not worth it if you're not also the production company. So because we're the, you know, this is sort of like the Mark Toya model. You know, if you're the production company and the director and maybe the DP, you're also doing all the post. You know, you could make 40% of a budget or more. Depending on what the creative is, and then you could work at a $100,000 budget or a $200,000 budget or I mean, you know, when you get into the smaller side, you can crank those out and make as much money as if you made $1 million commercial. You know, that you spent 6 months working on. You know, one job. I'm not shitting on that process at all.
Right.
It just never worked for us. We never got into that flow.
Also, what he's also not saying is no one really came after us to rep us. So
well, again, we went down that road
because we had our own company. Also, though, it was like we weren't attacking that model, and people clearly aren't going to try and like poach us from our own company. It doesn't make zero sense, right? I mean, we've done loan outs, we've directed for other people.
But again, like I said, we have a lot of varied interests. So it wasn't like we're the lifestyle guys or the car guys or the food tabletop guys or the whatever. So we would just get sort of that general comment of, well, you don't have enough of this one thing for me to sell you, you know, which is fine. It, you know, it's not mad about it.
What kind of what is the outlook looking like? You know, this COVID thing for you guys. Is there work talking now?
I mean, we had probably one of our best years this year lined up before this went to shit. We were talking about some big things. We had a lot of things like, if not booked, like in serious conversation, and it's an enormous bummer as everybody. Not we're not the only people.
Right.
It was just an enormous bummer to come out of, some stealth time when we were doing the VR stuff back into narrative and production, to have it just go like.
And
We're
hard and
focusing
long.
on some tech consulting right now. We're trying to maybe spin up a software startup of our own with some ideas we have.
We're doing stuff for Frame.io as we do.
Yeah,
special.
Frame.io is thriving right now, as it should, in remote
Are
land.
conversations happening now? Are you starting to feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel?
Um,
I mean, you're in New York.
We're in
so
New York, so it's like, it's a little narrower.
well, it's the conversation is just because somebody's calling me to work doesn't mean I'm necessarily gonna work.
True.
I don't. I don't want to get deep on COVID stuff, but it's only been 9 weeks since we've sort of been doing this and learning about this. I don't know that anybody can make any educated guess right now to say, if you do this on set, things will be fine. Or anywhere. I mean, my kid's laying right here behind me. Who knows if she's going back to school in September, or any of our kids? That opens up a whole other thing about, parenting and my wife works full time. And so it's just another, the second order effects of all of these things are enormous and unknowable to a degree until they happen. And that is where I think people like to say that they know what's going to happen and they're ready to get back to work. But, this whole Tyler Perry, did you read the Tyler Perry article?
Which one did?
There was an article about how, I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, where they were talking about going back to start shooting in June or July. Besides the fact that dude's a beast shooting 22 episodes in like 2 weeks or whatever it is. It's insane the way they do that normally. But think about budgets and timelines and things now, where they're saying, the only way this is going to be great is if we all quarantine together for 2 weeks and then shoot.
But you can't quarantine for 2 weeks for a 2-day commercial.
Right. How's that going to work with commercials? Commercials can't afford that timeline, much less that budget overflow. Right. So I'm hopeful, because I can't wait to go back and shoot and be with my friends and make cool stuff. But who knows? I
mean, we are talking to somebody, we've been talking to some people about, directing and creating a series, like a narrative series. And that's super exciting. I don't know when that could go into production, if it gets picked up, but one of the side conversations was, hey, by the way, are you guys interested in directing animation? Because, that doesn't really have anything to do mostly with people needing to be together. And we're like, hell yeah, would love to direct animation. I have a VFX background. My Josh understands all that stuff. We talk about it. So it's like approaching all the different types of animation, from CG or hand or whatever, procedural or what have you, would be super exciting to, and we're actually waiting to read a script, I think later or early next week, about a potential, like a pilot.
I think it's super weird. A bunch of our DP friends have told us about this thing that's been happening. And obviously you've seen, there's been articles about this, but the fact that DPs are now also directors, and also maybe their spouses are the talent, and maybe their houses are the locations. Right. And like, it's weird that you get a job because the client thinks your wife looks the part and you have a nice kitchen.
Right.
It's so bizarre.
It's a whole different amount of math really there.
Oh man, if your wife was just hotter, we'd totally give you the job.
Your kitchen, though, those countertops.
Your countertops.
Get that and call us back.
Vince's question.
Yep.
For newbies, what is the biggest misconception about the industry?
That should be learned, he said.
I have to that we've
that
learned.
you've learned.
I think there's misconceptions about that. There might be only one way to get into the industry and one specific methodology. I think, we're the perfect example of brute force success, of just like, taking a sledgehammer to the wall and being like, they're like, there's a door over there. We're like, yeah, but we want to go through this door, but there's no door there. Well, we're just going to make one. We'll be here for an extra 2 years.
Yeah.
And
It'll be a super awesome door.
Yeah. And, I think you have to find, hey, what's up, dude? I think you have to find what works for you and what works for your creative methodologies, and feel things out, and don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid to take successes and failures and say, okay, that worked, but maybe that wasn't the best way to do that. Let's try and learn from that. Maybe go over here. Yeah. Also, this isn't necessarily a misconception, but I would say take every opportunity. Dude, how about add that to your questions too, Vince?
So just so you're up to date here, you're 2 minutes away from knocking Phil Holland down.
Oh,
we're
sorry,
always 2 minutes away from knocking Phil Holland down.
I think the thing is, Justin. Man, Justin.
What's up, Justin?
I think that to go the other way on it, there's networking is you can't. I don't think you can say enough about networking. Whether it's for a community, for support, whether it's for collaborators, whether it's for potential. No pee breaks. Did you take pee breaks?
He didn't take a pee break.
No pee breaks. I'm still on no pee break.
Phil's bladder is floating in space.
I'm still here, which is weird. I normally have to at 4 hours.
Phil left his bladder on the ISS.
Networking is super important for multiple reasons. I think a misconception is that you need to have have gone to film school or work your way up or whatever. It's like, you don't have to work your way up. If you're really good at what you do, just do your thing. Eventually people will notice. I don't need astronaut diapers. I got a bladder of steel. Sean.
Who said that?
Sean.
Yeah.
Oh. What's up, Sean? I bet Sean has scuba diapers for when he goes underwater.
Yeah. Can't leave a poop trail underwater.
Yeah, definitely don't leave a poop trail underwater.
Phil has a question that you've kind of touched on with like 2 questions ago.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to put it to help Phil take you over Phil's time.
Yeah, I like this. This is good.
What sort of project would you navigate towards outside of commercial production?
Our ultimate goal in life is, if we can't make records and tour the world, then it's make a movie and tour the world. We have been working diligently, and as anybody who's tried to make a movie can attest to, it's not easy. You can have the greatest idea in the world, and if you can't get money for it, it's still just a great idea.
Perfect segue. You can keep talking. Don't go to my screen yet.
I don't wear a wetsuit, but if I did, I would pee in it all the time. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah. I mean, it is a wetsuit. What's the difference?
So, one person. I mean, we have a lot of friends that are directors that make feature films, DPs that shoot feature films, and other department heads and people who make feature films. And that, I mean, to take it back to our original thing, Star Wars subconsciously implanted in us the desire to make feature films, which at the time we didn't know was what we wanted to do. But as you get older and older, yeah, it's true, Cameron. Although I've never worn a wetsuit, so I can't really say.
Oh,
but
it's something special.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see me in a wetsuit. I think It's true. I think if I was in a wetsuit, the only thing I would be comparable to is a Coney Island whitefish.
Yeah.
People can Google
That's
that.
an East Coast joke.
Yeah. But you know, our good friend Mark Toya made a movie recently, and he did it the old-fashioned way: use your own money and put all the risk in, and just make the thing you want to make, which is, you know, in the larger sense, really like, you know, once you get other people's money, you have to make
what they want.
concessions
Well,
to whatever the degree
your movie, if it's your movie, you make it your way.
Exactly.
When you want, how you want.
So Mark, while he was making his movie, called me up and said he was coming to New York and wanted me to be a camera operator on some of the stuff. And I said, that would be great, but you should hire Mike Gomes for that, because he's way better and he's a professional. He said, okay, I have a role for you in my movie. And I am an assassin. We shot a couple scenes on the night. So I hung out. We all helped, but Mike was, you know, Mike was a camera. Mark had a camera. You can go to my screen. This is director talking to actor.
Oh, you're not in a wetsuit. I thought
On set. No, it's just a frame IO sweatshirt.
Sweatsuit.
It was the summer, so it was fucking hot as shit to wear a t-shirt, a zip-up sweatshirt, and a Dickies jacket. But you know, we suffer, actors. You know, we suffer
for our art.
Method
art.
actor. Yeah. So yeah, and Mark with his New York City tripod.
Yeah.
And shooting me on the phone in Times Square, which is I don't believe that got used in the movie, but it was super fun.
well, your hood was not perfect.
And what'd you say?
Your hood's not perfect.
No, I know. I don't think you can see my hood, but it was super fun to work with Mark. And I am very clearly not an actor. You can get off my screen if you want. And so it was really interesting working with Mark because, as he'll tell you, I will give him opinions when he doesn't want them. Which
As
is
anyone will tell you, Jason.
Anyone will tell you
when you don't want
sort
them.
of my superpower is giving you information you don't want, which also happens to be my opinion.
Well, when you don't want it too,
and when you don't want it, both. So, so there was this one part where I had to walk down these brownstone stairs after I shoot this guy, and thanks to Stu Mashwitz for the airsoft gun because it was dope and had a silencer on it. And I had to walk down these brownstone stairs, kind of take a look, and then walk away from the camera. And for the first like 8 times, I was walking down the stairs, and halfway down the stairs in my head as a director, it's not my project or my movie, but as a director in my head, I was like, oh, that's no good. And I would stop and back up. And he's like, Mark would be like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, holy, I can do it better. He's like, no, stop. And like at a certain point I had to like, you know, listen to him as the director and go,
take direction there, Jason.
Yeah, it's not your decision. I'll tell you when you
walk downstairs. Just walk down the stairs.
Do what you're told.
I'll tell you. Yeah, it was
dance monkey.
Yeah, it was very funny.
Well, that goes with what Vincent was saying yesterday about being friends with the director makes it difficult to take direction. And it's not intentional. It's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't because I didn't want to take his direction, but I think it was my comfort with him made me feel as though, for me, he never gave me this actual information. I inferred wrongly that I could adjust my performance to my own liking.
He also does that a lot.
And that was not the case. But it was super fun, and his movie's awesome.
His movie is really cool. I cannot wait for everything to get finished.
Yeah,
so that it can come out.
But you know, he and I actually had a talk the other night about, like, we own the gear, We own. It's true, Tim. Like we own the gear, and we have the means of production and post. Like the only thing stopping us from making a movie really is a script and like a small amount of money to, if we make a script, to our means, a few actors, some locations, food, and we can make a movie.
I
Like,
mean, pretty much everything.
well, no, because I'm saying like we have all the other stuff,
Right.
the stuff that someone who just has an idea and doesn't own anything or have any connections is the really difficult part to figure out. Agreed, Phil. We all need to be making movies. I think it's a good crew.
To make an anthology.
Everybody
but,
but the interesting thing is, having not made one, like I don't think either of my brother and I could say, like, I mean, I think it's probably a given, but we haven't done it. So we might do it and go, God, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Like, I want to do a different version of that thing or whatever. I doubt it, but I don't know. It's just,
again, it all depends on if you get to make the movie you want to make.
Well, yes.
Right.
If you all of a sudden got offered some big Hollywood feature, I'd probably hate it because I wouldn't be able to do anything I want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't do it, but got to do one, do another.
Timing wise, you guys are 12 minutes away from becoming number 3.
We're going past Vince.
Wait, what's Vince's?
Vince, Vince. Next one is Toya at 427.
Toya's a hack.
Vince is 10 minutes later, so you've got 21 minutes to go, and you can bump out Vince.
We can do that easy. See if I have any more pictures here.
My kid's got to go to sleep at some point, and I'm sitting right outside her bedroom. So,
here's a fun one. Here's a fun one.
No thanks, Nate.
This is another chopper flex back. I got my flex back. We did a thing for
SWAT.
We did a thing for SWAT for CBS. They also wanted theirs was more of a both a mixture of a VR BTS but also a VR version of a set of scenes. So we're at this ranch up in north of LA, and I love this shot because the camera operator literally was, I mean, the truck didn't roll, but he was laying on the ground like that for the step over the camera shot. It was awesome. But we got to rig and Francis Kenny. So this is a great thing about like the world is we went on the Scout, and they were like, they're like, come to the ranch, see the Scout, talk to the department heads, and make your plan, and then here's the shooting days. And we show up on the Scout, and they're like, I'm like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this as the director. And Sebastian was on, who popped in earlier, Sebastian Hamley, and he was on this job. He was operating this camera here most of the day on the days we had like this. I put him in front of the Black Hawk on a field about, I don't know, 35 yards away from the Black Hawk while it took off, kneeling down, holding that rig up, just getting blasted by rocks and dust. He's a champ. And this is at Kevin LaRosa and I think they had just gotten the Black Hawk for this. And so we show up on the Scout. That's Shamar, the lead, who's also a producer, getting trained to stand on that thing when they hover. Yeah, right, Sebastian? That was super fun. And Marcus was on that, Johannes, who's also awesome. And we he had to stand on that platform tied in while he went up. You know, they went up and hovered so he could do his fake movie shooting. And he was a super nice guy. But it was great on the Scout. They're like, okay, come meet our DP. And I've met Francis before and certainly know him a lot through the Red community and whatever. And so they're like, here, meet our DP Francis. And he turns around and I'm like, oh, hey, Francis. And he's like, oh, hey, dude, what's up? Like, he doesn't know me by name, but like we're, you know, friendly enough that it wasn't a cold meeting. And I was like, oh yeah, hey, what's up? So we're going to do this. He's like, cool. I was like, I want to do this. He's like, basically do whatever you want. Just don't get in the way. If you have an idea, let me know. And if we can do it, we'll do it. And then they're like, oh, come meet our pilot. And I turn around and I'm like, oh, hey, Kevin LaRosa, who I've met through Vince and other people like Mike Eisler and such. And so it was like, okay, so our key people, like we already know this is going to be super fun, you know? And it was, they,
networking always helps.
We rigged this little Garmin camera on the outside of the chopper. And I had one in Kevin's chopper too, just for BTS purposes. But he had the shot over on his, and you know, he's doing the actual real filming. And so the director of this episode, Billy something, was also an EP. So he had a lot to say on what happened, as did Shamar. And so we were talking to the Sony people and we were like, hey, so we're going to do this and we'll have these shots. And they're like, oh my God, this is like our dream shot. We want to see 360 in the air of Shamar doing his thing. And this is going to be incredible. And we're like, great, like, let's do it. So they go up, they test the thing. They're doing a quick test. They land. Kevin comes over to me and he goes, hey, you got to take the rig off the chopper, off the Blackhawk. I'm like, why? He goes, well, I can see it. It's like, it really stands out on the shot over. And I was like, oh, well, you know, they'll just paint it out for the show. He's like, nah, man, like, I can't make that call. And I was like, I'm not asking you to make that call. I'm just, you know, I'm giving you information you don't want to hear, in my opinion, as mentioned prior.
When you don't want to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the director comes like storming over to me, dude, get that off right now. You can't have it on there. You're fucking up the shot, whatever. And I was like, whoa, slow down, dude. Here's the thing. He's like, we're about to go up and do this again. And I go, when you go up, is that going to be a take or a test? He's like, it's a test. And I go, great. Here's what we can do. The Sony people are creaming their fucking shorts over this shot. I can get this rig, and our grip, Miguel, who was on this day, is a union grip because we had a union grip on a union show. The VR, you know, people don't need to be union, but Miguel's a union guy. He was the key grip on Deadpool and Terminator 2, or the Tim Miller Terminator. So like he knows his way around a set. And I said, Miguel, how long to take that off? He's like, 5 minutes max. Like, turn this, untie this, we go. I said, I promise you, give me this take. You guys do your thing. And as soon as you land, it's gone. We're out of your hair. And he's like, fine. And they went up and they hovered for like 15 minutes to like make sure Shamar had what he needed. And it was like perfect. And it was just like, just taking the time to like, you know, have a, you know, that guy's my boss, technically, in a sense, right? I mean, he's the EP of the show. As the director, he's not my boss because we're not hired by him. But as an EP of the show, he's my boss because he's with Sony and whatever. So like, you know, taking the time to like be calm and explain to him why it matters, and that he'll look good doing it. We also had 4 cameras rigged inside the Blackhawk that you couldn't see of these little guys. Then those stayed on for the whole rest of the, you know, takes. But that was a super fun gig. And that Blackhawk is bananas.
What else you got, Scott Balcom?
Here's a question for you. And while you answer this, I'm going to 10-1 real fast.
Oh, man.
I don't have a record to break.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, go for it.
Go. As directors and producers, what could you recommend to a new DP to get considered for jobs when he or she doesn't have connections? What's your point of view?
Well, it depends on a couple things. Like, is there a strong film community where you live, or where you want to work? You could also start reaching out to directors that you really like,
Or production company.
or production companies, to make those networking options. You know, hey, I'm a new guy, I'm in town, or I'm happy to travel. You know,
Here's my reel.
yeah. It really, sometimes it's just cold calling. Sometimes it's making a relationship with other people who, you know, starting out with directors that are also starting out, make stuff together. And then who knows, maybe you as the DP are going to rise farther, quicker than the director, and you might be able to drag him along, or vice versa. Or her, him or her, or they, whatever works for you.
Also, I'd say also, you know, your work is going to, if you don't have the connections or the relationships yet, your work is going to have to speak even more volumes. And of course, even when you have relationships, getting in the door is where the relationship comes in, but you still have to be able to deliver it when you get in the room. Like, you can get in the room. Getting in the room is probably the easier part. But if you can't sell it and close it when you're in the room, then you should wait until you have the confidence to do that. Not saying you specifically, Maximiliano, but anyone. I mean,
you already have an amazing DP name.
Yeah, that's a fucking great name.
Maximiliano is like the best DP name.
It sounds like a really expensive piece of gear.
Yeah.
Right.
Bring in the Maximiliano. We need it now. But I would also say that what was I going to say?
It's not useless information, so we can't remember it.
It's true. Who was the art director on Die Hard? No. I would say also just reaching out to people and allowing the relationship. Nothing's going to happen fast. Like that Sony. I mean, that wasn't the first job we did for Sony, but our first job we did for Sony PlayStation, we had our initial introduction to that team, and it took 2 years for a job to come up that they felt we were either right for, the budget was appropriate, it wasn't with another team that had already been on it, and you just have to sometimes be patient. Yeah. And that relationship has been now like a 6-7 year relationship. You know what I mean? And you're not going to get work from there. That doesn't mean just because you have that relationship and you've done well by them, they're going to give you all their work. It just means that you're in their flow and they trust you. And, you know, you want to be the people they think of when, for everything, but especially for when they're confused about what to do.
I mean, honestly, a really nice website that highlights your work. And maybe it's you start building up an email list, and you once a month you fire off, hey, I got some new work, and or it's a spec spot. You know, make some specs pieces, find the places those might resonate, and send them out. Hey, I have new work. Hey, I have new work. We had a meeting just before Clampdown here at a big agency about taking some of their work on. And the guy said, we're friendly. We don't hang out, but we have a good relationship. And his advice was, I talk to too many people all day long. You're not going to bother me if you email me to remind me that you exist. Because what's going to happen is I have jobs all the time that I need to book out. And I'm going to get an email from you and I'm going to go, oh, right, those guys. And I'm going to remember and I'm going to call you. So don't be afraid to be tenacious.
Well, also it's good to put in an email, and I've done this to people, which is, hey, I know you're really busy, so I'm just pinging you.
Yeah.
And most of the time the response is, thank you so much. because you're acknowledging that you're not expecting something from them and you're making the effort in a friendly way. Also, to Josh's point about cold calling, I have made a lot of connections and friends with people that I've never met personally, but are internet friends until one day we meet in person on like Instagram. I come across, a friend links to something else that links to something else, and you see like a piece or some artwork or just somebody's outlook that you like, send them a direct message. They may not respond. Don't get aggro about it, but like, comment on their stuff. Like start the conversation. And if those people are nice, then eventually they will respond to you. If they're not nice, which is not specifically saying they wouldn't be nice if they didn't respond to you, but they may not be somebody you would want to collaborate with, at a point either.
But point is, it's, let's say you're using Instagram to do that. Build up a nice Instagram profile. Put nice stills up you take. Put nice some short snippets of work up there. So if somebody goes, "Oh, that was a rad comment that guy left. Let me go check him out." They go to your thing. If you have like nothing for somebody to look at, they're gonna be like, "Oh, I don't know who this guy is." But they're like, "Ooh, wow, those are nice stills," or "That's a nice something."
Yeah. Or you can take my approach and just carpet bomb memes on your stories.
Yes, that too.
That have no relevance to anything.
Memes are great. Memes connect the world.
It's true. It's
You
true.
still haven't shown Daniel Radcliffe.
It's Ivan Egerton. He talks about quarks and how you should get your quarks to align with other people. Memes align quarks.
Yeah, here I'm gonna find
this back up. Get the memes out.
You've got 7 minutes to blow 6 minutes now to blow Vince away. So you're there. You're at the home stretch.
Let's just give up. I don't want to crush his dream. Tell me when it's like 10 seconds before I'm going to jump off.
Here, this is one of my favorite memes. I think you've seen this, Scott. It was my Zoom background at some point.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Daniel Boringcliff and Daniel Radcliffe. That is, and especially the the truck makes it, because this is like, sure, you could do that, but like the truck is just like, yeah, rad, So that's one of my
rib cage.
All right. I mean, look, we could easily break Pappert's thing if we're going to get into memes here.
Let's see. Let us know when the viewership starts declining.
It just dipped. I think when you started threatening Pappert, we went down probably 10 people. We're in the 20s now.
Nobody likes memes.
All right. Well, we're just going to do one more.
All right, do one more
because it's a good one.
Oh, we got to take care of Vince.
If you don't like this meme, you might not want to watch. Here it comes.
Yeah, anytime, Max.
Yeah, man. Hit us up, Max. Here it comes.
Here comes the meme.
Nicholas Ribcage. Come on, how could you not like that?
Everyone loves the cage.
Cage
first of all, Nicolas Cage is amazing, and if you don't, thanks, Clark. If you don't like Mandy, you should watch Mandy immediately and like it, or watch Mandy and enjoy it. Vince says, best lesson learned on set the hard way. I know one from that Simon spot that we showed. When we had the pre-pro meeting and when we storyboarded it, there's a section that wasn't in that spot, but was in the larger one, where we started inside the house and we were going to do a whole Steadicam follow shot of the kid coming out of the house, seeing the neighborhood, and then, going down and meeting.
The girl comes across the street to meet him.
Yeah. And we were going to do it just a follow behind him and then a follow leading him. And so we said in the pre-pro meeting, so we're going to just pick up a bunch of coverage here. And so we're not boarding every shot because we're just going to follow him and do this and follow him and do that. So we did that, and we shot the follow. And then while we're shooting it, and this is, our experience as editors helps us in our brains, we're cutting while we're shooting so we can sort of understand what we're missing. And having two of us doing that is, hopefully we should never miss anything. But we do that, and Doug, our producer, is sitting with the client, and I go, and just to go back for a second, when you shoot commercials, you have storyboards that have been approved by the time you get to the shoot that have the boards for the agency and the client to sign off on, and you have to shoot. Those are the boards you have to shoot, and you typically don't stray from them depending on what the relationship is with the client and what have you. This was our first directing gig.
As a director, you don't. As the client can ask for whatever they want.
The client can ask for whatever they want, but the director can't freestyle as much. But again, like Toya can flex and freestyle if he wants, because he's built that relationship over years. But this is our first time directing for this client for our friend's production company. So like there's levels of respect and things we have to obey. So anyway, they're looking at the boards. Those two boards have been crossed off of the follow behind and the follow lead. And without talking to anybody, I say to Josh and Teamer, dudes, we missed this. I realize now that we don't have any shots of the girl, like connecting her, seeing her, and then leading her to if you think of their paths, his path comes down and goes this way. We need her path to come down and intersect with him.
So they can walk together. Alien ship.
And so we have them meeting together, but she just sort of enters frame. But there's a whole house there that we could just literally do this. Teamer's handheld, and he could just do this and turn, and we could just pick that up. So we're like, let's do it. And Teamer's going, okay, who was the gaffer on that? Bill Amenta?
I think so. But either way, we just start getting into it.
Flip that light around, do this, do that. And Doug walks
over. He's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Client wants to know what you're doing. We're like, oh, we missed the shot. We're going to pick it up. He's like, you can't just freestyle and do that. And we're like, yeah, but just letting you know, it's real quick while they're resetting down the block. We're with the crew. We just need this one shot. It's not going to be a big reset. He's like, I'm going to give it to you. But if, I distract them now so they don't look at the monitor while you're shooting this.
It's like you're giving them more things to you're giving them more things to critique that they're now all going to jump on.
Like, but I agree with you in the edit. And
he's like, I agree with you. You need it. We all missed it. But I said, yeah, I guarantee you're going to need it in the edit. We're going to do it. Like, we're going to do it. And he's like, I know, but like, just don't, like, this is the only one you're going to get.
Yeah.
So like, I think we learned a lesson on set that would apply to pre-production, right? It wasn't specifically a set lesson on set, but it was a set lesson that applied to planning and trying to be as prepared as possible. I mean, we're pretty off the cuff guys if you haven't learned that 4 hours and 37 minutes in. But
which, congratulations, you are now in second place.
Yeah.
What number was?
Fuck you, Vince.
Charles Pappert, and he's a solid 35 minutes from here.
Dude, we're killing Pappert. I'm sorry. We're going. We're taking number one. I don't care. Even if we sit here and don't say anything.
There has to be at least one viewer, though.
Yeah.
Well,
Josh, you could sign into Facebook from you could have Zoe put it on your phone. I'll put Facebook on my phone. We'll be the two viewers. Here, I'm going to play. I have a music video we can talk about.
There are 25 of you. There's questions. Peterson wants to know
let's do questions.
Have you ever worked outside the atmosphere?
I have tried to go to space many times, Mark. Usually I have to default to drugs for that. But
if by atmosphere you mean outside the fart zone, then yes.
Yeah. I have promised my son that at some point in our lifetime we will see the Earth from space.
Nice.
possibly on the ISS. Maybe Phil will be there, and we can look out the window together. That would be wonderful.
Have you noticed my monitor shift or my camera shifting?
Your dog.
Yeah,
My
is it
dog keeps
slowly
leaning
raining?
up. He keeps getting more comfortable, and I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, stop.
But I did. Hold on, wait. I did consult.
What was that
Wait,
one from
hold on,
Nate?
wait, he'll bring it up in a second. I did consult on an NDA thing for a company I can't talk about that did 100% Phil, but you'll have to be outside the ISS. I'll be inside the ISS.
You just
Floating.
have gloves.
Yeah.
just reaching around.
I'll hold you with gloves, but I don't know if you'll have a spacesuit. Maybe you'll just end up being like a frozen statue in space, like Princess Leia, just frozen. Well, luckily there is no down in space, Phil.
It's only out, especially if you're
Yeah,
pressurized from the
only,
inside.
like, everywhere. Anyway, yeah, I consulted on some cool ISS stuff with a friend's company that was doing some. They had to talk to the they had some gear already up there that some red gear and some other camera gear, and they were like, here's what they have. They need to do some VR stuff and some other stuff. How can we do it? So it was a minor thing, but it was cool when it was done to be like, oh, that's cool. That was the thing, So it's a legitimate.
What was
space
it? If I was a paraplegic ex-Marine and Jason was training for a space mission where an alien body was engineered to his DNA for him to control through a Neuralink and he died, would you take his place?
So Avatar.
Avatar. Basically,
Are we not in Kansas anymore? I don't know. I really couldn't stand that movie. It looked great, but really, I just fell asleep. It was so fucking boring.
Yeah.
Uh,
The first time I saw it, it was beautiful. And then the second time, I'm like, this story sucks.
I've only seen it once in the theater, and I was like, wow, this looks awesome. What is happening in this stupid, stupid movie they're going to make 19 more of?
However, if I could be the crazy sergeant colonel guy who got in the super Gundam tank robot thing, I'm in.
I don't even remember that because I've only seen it once.
Well, he was awesome. Do we have other questions, or should I go to a music video?
Let me see here. Vince's. Where
Oh God, Vince is really cranking him, huh?
He likes it. Best production, trick, cheat, and worst error.
Oh well, our most recent production trick. You can talk about this one, Josh. Spot.
So we did this yogurt commercial, and it's it's like family in a car, and it's March, and we're like, well, we don't want to shoot outside because we're afraid that weather delays is just going to kill the budget. And we can't do it on the East Coast because it's not warm enough to be outside to shoot. And we don't want to fly to the West Coast. So how can we do this? And then we all realized that we can just use virtual production. And while we can't afford on this budget LED walls like Mandalorian, we can afford to rent a 99-inch television, like industrial TV, that we can put outside the back window of the minivan we're shooting in, so that when you look at the person driving through the car, we just found a bunch of stock images of neighborhoods and put them in Premiere and drove the TV from Premiere so that we could, zoom in, zoom out, move the images, defocus them if we needed more defocus from the field of, depth of field from whatever lens we chose. And we never tested it. We didn't know if it worked.
We did in the office.
Well,
we did a
the camera looking at
in front of a 65-inch TV.
We tested the camera looking at a TV just to make sure we weren't going to get any weird banding or whatever, and it looked fine. But I mean, again, this is where math comes in. We were like, okay, well, we're shooting a minivan which has a back window width of this. We need the monitor to be minimally this far away from the car, and we think our angle's going to be here with this lens. So, basically 100-inch TVs, the biggest one we could get that we could afford to rent, is going to have to work. And so it literally just worked by like 6 inches.
It was 1080. It was a 1080 TV, but it didn't matter. We wanted it to
because it was just defocused in the background, but
Right.
we didn't have them. We didn't want to do green screen because the edges never look right.
And there was and it was a kid with curly hair and a mom.
It was just going to be a nightmare in post.
Yeah, it would be.
So it worked great. It looked awesome.
Yeah, and our pitch to the client was, "Hey, this is going to work." On the phone call, "Hey, this is going to work." They can't see our hands, and hey. But we said to them the value, which clients love to hear, is that we can change the background at will. So we can buy 5 of these backgrounds, and on the day we can look at them and go, "Oh, we all know, like on the phone call and the pre-pro call, that's the one." But when we get it up, we can go, "It's not the one." If we, I don't know if Josh, I think you said this. Our initial thing was to print a flat, like a canvas, whatever backdrop, and that's like $3,000 or whatever,
thousands
of dollars, and you only get one. So we were like, this way we can change it at will. We could even buy one on the fly. And in fact, the one we started working with, we futzed with for like half an hour, and then we were like, hold on, wait, bring up that other one. And we brought up a different one, and it was like, oh, that's the one.
Perfect.
Shift it, and then we can look at the camera, and I can say to our guy who's running the laptop, push it to the left, push it to the right, dim the TV. What's the color temperature on the TV? Like we had all these things, and we made it work. The other thing that we got to try, which we've used before, but more for like a special effect than an actual more lined up shot, was a split diopter, which we love. I mean, that's Todd Vaziri and Vashi's Twitter split diopter alerts are an always welcome tweet to come across. But we thought we need the background to be out of focus because we want the TV to be out, but we also want the cameras basically over the dashboard, because we took the windshield out, right? We had a car we could take apart on the stage, took the windshield out and had the camera underslung on a dolly. So the cameras, ducked into the car. So we want to get the mom in focus and I think we were on a 50, right? We want to get the mom in focus and the kid in the back of the minivan seat. Well, the only way to do that is with a split diopter. And that was something I brought up to Mike and said, dude, let's do it with a split diopter. And he's like, yo, I'm Mike, got excited.
It hasn't come out yet, so that
do a split diopter. But again, we had a plan of how to do it without the split diopter, but we were committed in our brains, like we're going to make the split diopter work. And we had our AC, and she was awesome. On the prep day, we got all 3 or 4 strengths of the splits that they had at TCS and the rental house in New York that we get from. And she made a chart for us of all the minimum focus distances at all the split, for all the splits. So when we said, hey, the camera, this is our frame. She looked at her sheet and she measured and goes, we need this one, this diopter, which is exactly the one she had picked initially. So and there's some funkiness, right? Like we saw it on set, but we just didn't say anything, like on the edge of the diopters right here, and her shoulder is getting a slight double fringe, and if the actress lean too far, she's in a diopter, she starts to look weird. So like it's a very fine line for a yogurt.
You have to guide your talent delicately.
But it just looks super cool because they're both like in focus.
They're both in focus, but the background with the TV
has depth of field or shallow depth of field. So that could have been an error, turned out as a win.
But to address the other part of Vince's question in a different way, because I don't like to answer Vince's questions directly, not post production, but to finish on
post production
on set, right? But on set, we don't work with yelly, screamy, mad people, right? If you're on a job with us and you're that asshole who's yelling at everybody, you don't get asked back. It's just not necessary.
No one wants to work with an asshole.
So best post production trick, she
hire someone else to be your editor.
Yeah, hire a really good editor. Worst error, telling a client you can do something that you think this was way early on in the 90s, but telling a client, yo, yeah, I know how to do that. Like I just, in my head, yeah, I just learned how to do that in After Effects. I can totally do that. And then the shot comes in and you're like, fuck, I can't do that. And then you have to you're like, wait, I thought I could do it. But now that I have the actual shot, before you really learn how to do it. Wait, let's see.
I think this question will take you just over Charles Peppert's.
What's our
which, by the way, he's here. He's watching.
Yeah, Charles.
I gotta visualize it like it's all slow motion.
Charles has to ask the question to take us over his time.
Oh, good.
Think of a question, Charles.
Think of it.
So
Maximiliano.
So he's asking, how do we like to handle agency client on set? Again, a lot of our clients are friends that we work with, so it's really not that big of a deal because we're going to talk. We're just going to go over and be like, hey, what do you think? Blah, 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 blah. Let's go through it. A lot of times what will happen if we have, say on the Volvo job where we were kind of spread out and we were outside, Jason stayed at the camera tent with Jeff and Tom, our DIT, and I was in the tent with the client. And so I'm listening to everything they're talking about. We're doing a take and I'm listening and I'm seeing the feedback and then I'm talking them through, oh, okay, so you like this, you didn't like this, you like this, okay, we want to change this. And then I'd go over it. So almost like I was almost acting like an AD, but the AD was busy running. It was a really complicated set. So,
but also Josh is the director, so he doesn't have to ask me to make a choice. He could say, oh yeah, oh, you want to do that? Great. And he would just radio me, do another one and do this.
Yeah.
And
right.
I knew he was standing with the client, so I'm not going to say no. Here's my idea. I would just say, okay. And then we'd figure out how to do it. But on a Hasbro or not a Hasbro, the baby bottle pop candy spot that we did, we specifically put the agency in another room and did do that. We did say, we're only talking to the AD and turn their monitor off until we have to shoot. I know Ivan mentioned that too. Like he'll flick the wireless off until, or Joe Simon said actually on a conversation we were having the other day, he'll flick the wireless off until he's ready and then he'll flick it back on. And we learned something, as we got in, we're directing and getting into the client agency thing. Luckily, we had agency people and client people who were nice enough to give us feedback on the side and be like, yo, it's cool you're asking the agency, or rather the client, the agency producer would say, hey, it's cool that you're asking the client if they like it, but if you ask them too many questions, you're letting them direct the spot. And
or you're letting them think that you don't know what you're doing.
That you don't have a clear vision. You're like,
right. It's a dicey road.
Yeah.
You don't want to. I don't want to ever just tell the client, you don't get a say. I'm the director. You signed off on everything. Just let me do my job. I just think that's rude. But there is a fine line to walk between letting them take over, which can either A, ruin the spot because you're letting them take over, or B, you're ruining your sort of how they see you as a director, not being as strong with a vision.
So I told Charles he's got to ask it too. He's listening. He's just not asking.
All right. Are there any more questions, or should I show this music video or parts of this?
Show the music video.
Okay.
Because
that's 3 minutes.
I was going to ask you between New York style or Chicago pizza.
We're both allergic to milk, so
can't have.
Unfortunately, is
wow. That backfired completely.
Yeah. So this was a music video for
for an artist.
Again, we we were fans of this guy, John Grant, who made a record. This was a music thing, right? This came from a music passion. We're big fans of this band Midlake from Denton, Texas. They made a record for this guy, John Grant. That's not this specific record. This is his second from his second record, or third record rather. And
no, this is not. Yeah.
So we took the time to like go see a show, try to meet him, get to be friendly, start having conversations. Then we met his manager. Then it was like a year later. Hey, we have a music video coming up. Do you guys want to do it? Yes. So is it like, to Maximiliano's point, it was, we had the wherewithal in our original thought process, like, we want to get to know this guy because we love his music. And I just like knowing people personally whose art I enjoy. That's just a nice, it's nice to have that relationship with somebody, but then being able to work with them is good. Here's a still from the video. Nice strong backlight. But so I'll leave the audio off. But it's anamorphic. It's the
Elites
JDC.
Oh, right.
The JDC Joe Dunton. Like, I think they're based on super speeds. And Joe Dunton made a bunch of anamorphics just like Todd AO did or Cineo Vision did, based on prime spherical taking lenses and then like actually made into proper anamorphics. Yeah. So these are fast, they're 1.4s and they're gross and smeary and heavy as shit.
By the way, on this video,
I was there.
My daughter Diamond was the hazer. She was the clapper.
Yep.
She was in the art department.
I was 8 years old.
Yes.
Good job, Zoe.
Good job.
Thank you.
She was very helpful.
So this was the thing's called
that's how we do, Ivan.
That's how we do it, Ivan.
Style.
5 hours of cornhole. So this was hold on, I'm going to back up for a second. This little thing here, this little gag of his head, he's the song's called Voodoo Doll, so you should go look it up. You can find this on John Grant Voodoo Doll on YouTube and you can hear the actual music. He's the narrative, the story of the song is he's basically singing to a friend that, I don't know what's wrong with you, I want to help you, so I have a voodoo doll that I have of you that I'm gonna do stuff to try and break you out of your food.
Yeah.
So this little effect here was sort of inspired by the visual effects in Scott Pilgrim that D-Neg did, and also Ant-Man later. This sort of cool hologrammy radiating effect.
It has a very Xanadu effect.
Yeah. And that was, so this is him prepping the thing, the voodoo doll and the sage and all that stuff. You can see how the anamorphics are all smeary. Wow. Those are our voodoo dolls. And we got these filters, Bethke filters, Bethke. That Vantage makes, and they're 4x5.6, and they're just going a tray, but they have all this weird shit embedded in the glass. So there's like threads and there's jewels and there's like all sorts of weird shit. And it goes.
He likes to talk too much, Bob.
And it goes and it just makes super weird artifacts. So we were lucky enough to get these dancers, and John's makeup there was inspired by Serpent and the Rainbow, by the main voodoo priest.
Drums.
Well, both. Depends if you're trying to eat a lot of them, like in a contest. But so this was our video, and each of the times John tries to do something to help him out. But it, those dancers were amazing. When again, working with talented people and you give them the space to collaborate.
Bob's asking if our family supported our endeavors when we were young.
And all the videos playing.
Family, when we were young, we were younger. We were sort of just doing random stuff. It wasn't like we said until we got older. I would say that the person that has supported me the most in my creative endeavors is my wife, who has been working her full-time job as long as I've known her to allow me to pretend to be a director and a producer and a creative person by making sure we have a good place to live and,
Health insurance.
Health insurance.
I would say the same about mine. Josh and I always like to say that our wives have real jobs, and I don't know. Somebody asked me the other day. I was talking to somebody about a.
I did not go to pee. Just letting you know.
I think it was Tyler Pruitt was saying something about coworkers or whatever. Just asking a question. I said, I don't know. I haven't had a boss since 1998. So I don't. I mean, outside of clients being the boss, but like in a infrastructure.
Yeah.
So
how we doing there, Scott?
So you got 3 minutes.
All right.
Good.
We'll do it.
This is going to be tough, Tim, because
tacos.
They can't do cheese, so they gotta.
Yeah, tacos. I mean, I love fake pizza. It's delicious.
How do you do pizza without cheese? I guess you could do
almond cheese or.
You can close the thing there. I think that's all. I've gone through all my stuff.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Let's just talk about fake cheese for 3 minutes.
Almond cheese, it's delicious. Although coming to Austin for South by Southwest and Masters in Motion, I mean, we eat the shit out of some tacos.
Some good tacos.
Valentina's, bruh.
Yeah.
We got some good tacos here. We got 2 minutes and like 20
seconds.
Questions?
Is Charles hanging out to the last?
Charles doesn't know what to ask. He said,
"Ask how does it feel to beat my record?"
Answer that.
I can't believe anybody has watched this for 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm assuming that people have left their phones on and have gone to sleep or, put on a movie.
For an unlimited budget, what would we want to shoot? Crazy sci-fi movies.
Yes.
Charles
crazy psychedelic sci-fi movies.
Yeah,
like Color Out of Space.
Charles has disqualified you because you're a duo. You have to go 10 hours.
So I was thinking about this actually. It can be a co-lead. Charles has the solo lead, and we have the duo.
Okay. You're both winners. Everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
It's true.
It's Charles.
Charles has the solo lead. It's like wrestling. We're the tag team champs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clark.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll ever catch you, Clark. You're way ahead.
Yeah.
I was 6.
Let's see here.
Clark is if people don't know Clark and was he Mammoth HD?
Yeah, I love Clark.
He's got a great library.
He does.
Yeah, we licensed a helicopter overhead night city shot for a commercial. We didn't have enough money to go up ourselves to shoot, and it was great. That was for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, Ollie.
It's true, Ollie. We know.
Yeah, he's the official timekeeper for the Scott Balcom live stream. He's in here.
Good job.
Thank God for UPSs. I got at least 4 minutes on the UPS.
Oh, great. Yeah. We can beat you by 4 minutes there, Charles.
All right. It is 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 19 seconds.
It only took
Bob is correct.
It only took a pandemic for us to be able to
people don't want to listen to us for 5 hours.
You won. You won the duo, and you are at least in second place.
Great.
Fantastic.
I have to pee, and my kids got to go to sleep.
Right. You have anything you want to close out on?
I got to pee, and my kid has to go to sleep.
thank you for having us. And I think we probably know everybody who chimed in, but anyone else who doesn't know us, it's true. Clark is not just HD. He is 8 times HD.
Mammoth 8K.
16 times HD. Feel free to hit us up on any of the social medias.
Yep.
We will happily answer. And Facebook, or Twitter or Instagram. I pretty much answer anybody. Yeah, Bob. Hopefully soon in person.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna duck you guys down for a moment. I'll close it out real fast and I'll come right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
But
Thanks, Scott.
seriously, thank you both for 5+ hours of awesomeness. You guys are legends. I can't wait for everything to open back up and to see what you guys do next. And
man,
chance someday we'll get to work together. All kinds of good stuff. But
someday,
thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Yep. And as always, if you have any questions or comments, put them down below. Try to read and respond to all of them. Also, remember, there's a link down below for the GoFundMe for Cameron Michael. Click down there. Give anything you can to help him out with his medical expenses. All proceeds from this, if it's not demonetized, will go to Cameron. And as always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passion center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. And close.